Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria.
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Absent at the moment. Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. All right, next we'll do our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if folks would please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance thereafter. And the invocation will be done by our very own Deputy Mayor Grundy this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. All right, let's pray. Father, I thank you for this day. We're alive to see it. And I thank you that you're invited into this place, not just these halls, but I invite you into the halls of the hearts of each person here. Certainly to our electeds, to the mayor, to our wonderful council, and to our city manager and every staff member in this city. Father, I invite your goodness in, that we would just realize and experience your kindness, your grace, your mercy, your unmistakable touch. I just pray that you touch each one of us today, and that we would just have burdens removed, and that we'd have the peace that only you give. And I pray that that would extend to every resident and person of any type in this city, from the north to the south, the east to the west, the rich and the poor, black and white, citizen and immigrant. Father, I pray for every person in this city that they too would experience your goodness, and that irrespective of what's said in these halls today, that there would just be a feeling of relax and joy here today, that we'd be honest, but that we'd be kind, and that your grace would just fill this place and help each one of us, because we certainly need help. We pray for this city, and we thank you that you intimately know our needs, but you, more importantly, intimately know each one of us. So in the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Thank you. Amen.
Councilmember Chavez, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Clerk, would you please read off the changes to the agenda?
Certainly. And just a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available through Zoom. And we have an in-house Spanish interpreter, Amelia, and she'll let the audience know what she can do for them.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, háganlo con toda la libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And there were separately noticed special closed session meetings for today to hear the following closed session items. First, ID 22-1648 regarding public employee appointment city controller, and ID 22-1649 anticipated litigation Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association versus City of Fresno. And here are some other additional changes to the agenda. For consent calendar item 1G, that is ID 22-1599, regarding funding for Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Grant Program, the following changes have been made to the resolution exhibit titled Grant Agreement between the City of Fresno and Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission regarding funding for the Advanced Peace Program. The changes are as follows. To 1A, 5A, Section 2 of the agreement has been modified to state, this agreement shall terminate without any liability of the city or to grantee upon the earlier of Part 2, which says, said 7 calendar days has been revised to 30 calendar days, prior written notice, with or without cause by the city to grantee. And the second change to Section 8 of the agreement has been modified to state under the indemnification, where it talks about grantees' obligations. That language has been changed to read, "Grantees' obligations under the preceding sentence shall not apply to any loss, liability, fines, penalties, forfeitures, costs, or damages caused solely by the gross negligence or caused by willful misconduct of city or any of its officers, officials, employees, agents, or volunteers." And supplements on those changes have been distributed. For consent calendar item 1H, that is ID 221547, regarding the use of parking garage 7. Councilmember Arias would like the motion to approve the consent calendar to include the Second Amendment, approve with this change. The Second Amendment to the license agreement with T-Mobile West LLC to be made with the change, the term of the license agreement will expire on October 27th, 2024, with no additional renewal terms. Consent calendar item 1F, that is file ID 221608, regarding the local agency technical assistance LATA grant. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion by Councilmember Arias. 1F. The following items have been removed from the agenda and will return at the next meeting on November 3rd. Consent calendar item 1A, file ID 221601, regarding approval of the minutes. That was moved to November 3rd by staff. Consent calendar item 1C, that is file ID 221615, regarding the agreement with Moss Adams LLP. That has been moved to to November 3rd by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1P, that is file ID 221617, regarding the resolution adopting a program to incentivize job creation along the Ventura Kings Canyon Avenida Cesar Chavez corridor east of First Street. That has been moved to November 3rd, 2022 by Councilmember Chavez. Consent calendar item 1D, that is ID 221616, regarding acceptance of the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, known as the SAFER Grant. That has been moved to November 3rd agenda by the administration. And those are all the changes I have.
Okay, let me go in order. Councilmember Soria, are there any additional changes you have?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 1J for discussion, please.
Okay, 1J. All right, Councilmember Carbasi, do you have any additional changes to the agenda?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
No, sir.
Councilmember Chavez. Council Vice President.
No changes.
Okay. All right. Take a motion to approve the agenda.
Council President,
So moved.
Yes.
I did want to just put for the record, if 1H stays on the consent, that I will be recusing myself on that one, per the advice of the city attorney.
Motion to approve the consent of the agenda?
Second. We have a motion, we have a second and a third. I'll also be recusing myself from items 5G and 5H due to a conflict. So we have a motion on the floor. Clerk, please call the roll for approval of the agenda.
Approval of the agenda as amended, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi, approval of the agenda. You're on mute, Councilmember Carbasi.
Sorry, I tried to unmute. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Absent. Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, that passes 6-0.
All right, let's move on to the ceremonial presentations. The first proclamation we have this morning is for October Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Metastatic Breast Cancer Action Week, and that is sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, everyone. I did want to invite Stephanie Barujan, who is here this morning with us. Thank you for making time. Did want to present this proclamation to Stephanie. And why did we invite her? Well, Stephanie has been a fearless advocate in our community through Buddy Check 24 for a number of years now. And I know that breast cancer awareness is critical in our community when it comes to educating our community about the importance of early detection. Making sure women, especially at the age of 40, I just turned 40, so I know that I'm due for that. But really the work that she's done for many, many years has been very critical so that women and people just across our community understand the importance of early detection, getting screenings, making sure that you take care of it early because it does save lives. I know a number of women that because of the early detection, they continue to live today. And so we want to make sure that our community knows that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And also I did want to thank our Chief of Police, Paco Balderrama, and our Fire Chief. If you guys noticed during the month of October, many of our police officers are wearing pink badges, again, with the efforts to educate and to just make sure our community is aware about the importance of breast cancer, and really the key is early detection. And so, Stephanie, I did want to give you an opportunity to talk about the work that you've been doing for many years and what the public should know about breast cancer.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Soria, and the entire City Council for this honor. I'm blown away. It's beautiful. I love the pink on there. I had the honor 26 years ago of introducing the Buddy Check 24 program to our local community, and it has been one of the most gratifying projects that I've ever been involved in. As a local news person, we used to keep a database of all the women involved, and it numbered in the thousands in our community. And I do say that this program has saved lives because I've been told that it saves lives. There is, I know of more than one woman who heard our Buddy Check reminder on a particular month, did their exam. One woman in Atwater, the very first woman who told me so, she found her own cancer and credits Buddy Check with saving her life. So I'm very proud that we've had such an impact on our community. We've done our part to spread breast cancer awareness locally. And I do want to end by saying Monday is Buddy Check Day, and that is the day to remind your buddy to do their breast self-exam. Women and men need to check if there's a lump that's there that wasn't there before. It needs to get screened. It could be cancer, and catching it early does save lives. So thank you so much. I'm so honored and thrilled. Thank you.
So again, just thank you, Stephanie, for the critical work. And like she said, it's not just about women. It's also men who could experience breast cancer. So it is important that we're all aware of the importance of checking, especially for women, I think, at the age of 40, right?
Absolutely.
That's when they...
Or younger women,
Yeah,
too.
younger women, yes. There's been cases where now younger women are getting also detected early. So just again, the importance of letting know our community, being aware, and thank you so much for the great work that you've been doing through your work on TV, which gets to many, many people around this valley. So again, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas breast cancer is the second most common form of cancer in women, with an estimated 1 in 8 women developing the disease sometime in their life. It is also the second leading cause of cancer death in women, which is why early detection is critical in receiving potentially life-saving care. And whereas it is important that during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we support all patients that are affected by breast cancer and raise awareness of symptoms of breast cancer. Knowing the symptoms of breast cancer and frequent screenings can result in early detection of breast cancer, making it significantly easier to treat. And whereas, for 27 years, local news anchor Stephanie Barusian has championed breast cancer awareness using her platform on Fresno television station KC24 through the Buddy Check 24 program. This program raises awareness about breast cancer by highlighting the stories of women who have survived because of early detection. And whereas, through Buddy Check 24, Stephanie reminds generations of women about the importance of self-examinations, and she urges women to remind their friends to perform breast self-examinations to catch irregularities in breast health. Stephanie's efforts to raise awareness have saved the lives of countless women right here in the Central Valley. And whereas, the city of Fresno stands in solidarity with all survivors and families of survivors who have been affected by breast cancer and honors the memory of all those who have passed from breast cancer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 to be Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Fantastic. So our next proclamation is going to be for Health Literacy Awareness Month, and this is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for the folks that are here today. We're going to continue on the health note, and congratulations, Stephanie. We're going to continue. This proclamation deals with Health Literacy Month, recognition of Health Literacy Month. And if I could have Janice Mathurin, as well as if you want to have some others from the West Family Resource Center come forward. Oh, we get, all right, Central La Familia. All right, Mario, how you doing? Jakara, all right, Deep. Whoops. Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, thank you. This is, again, in recognition of Health Literacy Month, and a lot of folks don't know what that means, but it really is about just being aware of not only your health, but health needs, but also how to navigate our health system. I think if during the pandemic, if we learned anything, it was the vulnerabilities of certain populations that we have, people maybe not being aware of their personal health needs, not being aware of how to navigate the healthcare system, and being misled by misinformation that was out there being spread in social media and others about COVID-19. And so we know it's really important for people to be educated in this arena. Unfortunately, nearly 9 out of 10 people are not aware of, at least from a literacy perspective, not aware of what their health needs are and how to navigate the system. And so what I'd like to do is Janice Mathurin from West Family Resource Center is here, and I wanted her to talk about it. I also have our Assistant City Manager, Greg Barfield. So Janice?
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Janice Mathurin Boyd. I'm the Director of Operations with West Fresno Family Resource Center. On behalf of the Cultural Community Wellness Coalition, we'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for presenting their proclamation October 20th as Health Literacy Awareness Month. Health literacy can save lives, and preceding our presentation, we had the presentation from Stephanie Barugian, and we've actually had a health breast cancer awareness program, and you've actually provided education in our community. And so low health literacy negatively affects cancer screening and behavior. And so if you don't know something, it certainly affects you negatively. So the Cultural Community Wellness Coalition is a coalition of 5 community-based organizations here in the Central Valley. And we have more than 100 years of combined experience serving underserved communities in the city of Fresno and beyond. I would like to acknowledge them. Of course, West Fresno Family Resource Center and Central La Familia are co-leads on this particular project. I know Margarita isn't here with us today. I know some of our partners are virtually. So Margarita and her team Um, Yolanda Randles, who is their executive director. In fact, I have to say our director, Yolanda Randles, is actually fighting breast cancer, at this time. So she is in treatment. Please say a prayer for her. And so we wish her well in her full recovery. Reading and Beyond, which is led by Sandra Flores and her team. Jakarta Movement, Deep Singh, and his team. So we're 15 months into a 24-month project, and this is a project called Advancing Health Literacy to enhance equitable community responses to COVID-19 and chronic conditions. Some of the things that we've learned over the few months with this pandemic, people who are affected by COVID-19 they're connected, they also have chronic conditions. So there is a correlation between other chronic conditions, and you're more at risk for getting their COVID-19. So we are 15 months into a 24-month project. The project, which is funded and supported by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of Minority Health, the City of Fresno, and it's also aligned with the County of Fresno's Department of Public Health. We'd like to thank Greg Barfield's staff for supporting our efforts. The coalition, we mobilized trained, culturally competent community health workers to address health disparities among those high at risk, underserved, racial, and minority populations, to help them increase their understanding of health-related concepts. So a perfect example of that is hypertension. What does hypertension mean? In plain language, hypertension is high blood pressure, right? And people can relate and understand what that means. So understanding health concepts decrease poor communication between adults and the healthcare providers, so that they can be empowered to be more involved in decisions about their health, while also improving adherence to COVID-19 public health practices and vaccination rates. I want to highlight some of our accomplishments over the past 15 months. So we've conducted outreach, reaching over 46,000 individuals in the community. We've administered general population surveys to over 1,200 to guide and inform some of those areas that people need more understanding of. And so it has helped inform topics that we've been presenting on things like navigating the healthcare system. I mean, myself, I feel that I'm knowledgeable, but navigating the healthcare system is a challenge. So that was one of the topic on high blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, and stress and management. And so we have been hosting these educational sessions, and they've been very well attended. Number of people vaccinated against COVID-19, over 1,800 over that period of 15 months. And so this project, it's also utilizing the Central Valley Policy Institute on ongoing quality improvement and evaluation. And so we thank you so much for acknowledging Health Literacy Awareness Month. I think we need to make more awareness in the community, in our community, and also with healthcare providers, so that they're speaking in plain language so people can understand and make decisions for their health and well-being.
Thank you, Janice. Well said. And there's an old saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And oftentimes we worry about a lot of things in life, but when we go into the hospital and we're laying in that hospital bed, it seems like all of those worries dissipate about your except your personal health. So we know the importance of that. So this time we're going to present a proclamation. We'll have our clerk read the proclamation into the record. Clerk?
Hey, Mayor, before you do
sorry.
that,
Sure.
I just wanted to personally thank all the organizations and thank you for bringing this forward. Jakarta Movement, Centro, Fresno Center, Reading and Beyond. Thank you guys for the work that you've been doing. I can't tell you how appreciative our residents are for every single workshop that you did, every single vaccination, COVID testing, that has really been very impactful, particularly in zip codes 9306, 93702, 93725, and 27, which were COVID hotspots. So I just wanted to publicly thank the organizations, Mayor.
Whereas proper health paves the way for happiness, success, and prosperity, adequate health literacy empowers individuals to make the best possible health care decisions for themselves and for their families. Unfortunately, around 88% of adults living in the U.S. have a level of health literacy that is inadequate for navigating the healthcare system and advocating for their individual health and well-being. And whereas, compared to adults with proficient health literacy, adults with low health literacy report poor health outcomes and health status, experience healthcare costs that are 4 times greater, have 6% more hospital visits, and an average of 2-day longer hospital stays. And whereas, limited health literacy poses a high financial and social burden, resulting in over 1 million unnecessary hospital visits and an additional $25 billion in healthcare spending annually. Whereas, low digital health literacy was a direct contributor to the spread of online misinformation related to COVID-19 and caused people to decline vaccination, reject public health prevention measures, and seek the use of unproven treatments. And whereas, the level of health literacy influences the management of communication within the healthcare system, and that higher levels of health literacy among providers is positively associated with attitudes towards health literacy promotion and the use of communication techniques. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 20th, 2022 to be Health Literacy Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
All right, and next is going to be our announcement of our Fall Employee of the Quarter recipients. And that announcement will be made by our city clerk.
I'm always happy to do this. The people on the list are outstanding employees in the city of Fresno. They were selected by their peers in their departments because they do, in fact, possess the qualities and values which make us proud to have them representing us as the city of Fresno. We would like to thank you for your dedication and for the excellent service each of you provide every day. First up, in the City Attorney's Office, Lisa Phelps, Litigation Paralegal. In Code Enforcement, Alexandro Perez, Light Equipment Operator. In City Council Support, Adrian Kinney. In the Mayor and City Manager's Office, Deputy Chief of Staff, Chris Montalongo. In the Finance Department, Account Auditor 1, Karen Valley. Account Auditor 2, Oscar Ortega. In the Fire Department, Fire Prevention Inspector 2, Bridget Morgan. And Fire Prevention Inspector 2, Winter Erickson. In the Fax Department, Account Auditor 2, Elizabeth Torres. In Fax Department, Senior Management Analyst, Ori Rubicalva. Management Analyst 2, Dana French. Operations Staff Assistant, Chris Palacios. In the General Services Department, Principal Account Clerk Cristina Martinez Perez. In the Information Services Department, Programmer Analyst 4 Arturo Pineda. In the Parks Department, Senior Admin Clerk Marisol Morales Gallardo. In the Personnel Department, Senior Human Resources Technician Emily Shaughnessy. Senior Human Resources Technician Christina Hernandez. In the Police Department, Patrol Division, Officer Ashley Casanierio. Investigation Division, Detective Marissa Jackson. Administrative Division, Officer Mark Anderson. Administrative Division, Officer Peter Agboa. Support Division, Kelly Jensen. Department of Public Utilities, Wastewater Management Division, Staff Assistant Lauren Mellenbacher. Water Treatment Plant Operator, Diego Noriega. In the Department of Public Works, Street Maintenance Division, Brandon Welch. Engineering Inspector 2, Robert Cron. Accounting Technician, Cheryl Cox. Senior Engineering Technician, Luis Maya. In the Planning and Development Department, Community Revitalization Specialist, Perla Ocampo. And Account Auditor 2, Christian Coors. Thank you, all of you, for your excellent service and dedication to the City of Fresno.
All right, good morning, folks. One more very brief presentation. Wanted to add on one employee who is actually no longer working with our Council District 7 office, but I wanted to recognize Mr. Lifong Mwavengsu. Lifong, are you with us this morning? Come on back. What are you doing back there? Come on down. So Lifong is another casualty of the mayor's administration poaching off all our good staff from the council side of the second floor. Lifong just wanted to present to you a certificate of recognition, for your efforts in District 7. I know you started there in the city with us, and now you've quickly escalated into the bureaucracy. So we hope you don't get lost in there, and don't forget about us in the District 7 office. And absolutely. You want to say a few words?
Sure. Hello. Thank you, Council President Esparza. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve District 7 and the constituents. And I hope that in my new role, I'll also be able to serve the administration in the same capacity. Thank you.
Fantastic. And yeah, absolutely. Round of applause. Absolutely. And Lifong is now in the planning department. What's your new title? Project Liaison / Program Administrator. Very bureaucratic title. But again, congratulations, Lifong. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to council member reports and comments. Councilmember Soria, do you have a report this morning?
Yes, just very quickly, I did want to thank Public Works staff for joining Councilmember Arias and I in the tower last night in a community meeting to address and get feedback on the bike lanes that are being reinstalled and reconfigured in the Tower District. Thanks to also the residents that came by to give us input and to listen to what we're going to be doing for the remainder of the year. Also want to just remind folks that on next Wednesday, October 26th, we are having the Tower Theater community meeting. And following the community meeting, we're going to be having a movie night. We are doing this in collaboration with District 3. So from 5:30 to 6:30, there will be a community meeting to talk about how to access the Tower Theater, since now the city owns it. And then following, we want to invite the families and the kids from the neighborhood and the city to come watch a free movie from 6:30 to 8:30 during that time. And then lastly, I just also want to announce we're going to have our annual Fall Festival west of the 99 at Inspiration Park on Saturday, October 29th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So we want to invite everyone to come and join us for some family fun. There's going to be free food, community resource booths, activities, pumpkins, face painting. We will also have a movie in the park to end the evening. And we encourage folks to bring their lawn chairs and blankets to enjoy that movie. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, do you have a report this morning?
No report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Council President. Have a little more sobering update for the district this week. This past week, we've been dealing with quite a bit of residents who were on the verge of becoming homeless or became homeless. In one case, the Reserve Apartments, the new ownership decided to 60-day notice and evict all the tenants for quote-unquote substantial improvements, even though there are yet to have any building permits submitted to the city for such improvements. We were able to reach an agreement with the ownerships through their legal counsel that they will provide those families sufficient time to relocate. It does impact nearly 100 students that would have become homeless over the weekend if they wouldn't have pressed pause. And then the other apartment is the ones on Belmont where they burned down and displaced about 40 to 50 residents as a result of the fire. There's quite a bit of work that I appreciate City Manager and the Mayor showing up to the site after the fire and seeing firsthand some of the improvements we have to make. As I think we've all agreed that our fire department's excellent at putting out fires, but an emergency doesn't stop once a fire's put out. It continues, especially with those families who are yet to find a place in a market that has very little apartments available for rent. So there's some additional work we have to do going forward to ensure that once these buildings are lost to the tragedy of fire, they're secured. There's a police presence, so there isn't any looting of people's private property, or families are not trying to go back and protect their own property when a building is unsafe. So thank you again to the City Manager and the Mayor for showing up and seeing it for themselves in person. We do have some additional developments across the district. We're starting to see a trend where outside investment firms, foreign investment firms, are buying a lot of apartment complexes in the city and are providing 60-day eviction notices, which under the law is legal, and then inviting people to come back and rent the units at a much higher rent without making any improvements to the apartment dwellings. That is going to become an issue that we're going to have to deal with through the policy side of the House. It's also very apparent that these new owners and investment firms are intentionally hiding their identity and who actually owns these complexes from the public, something we're going to have to resolve through policy as well. You know, it's one thing to be able to call somebody who owns the building to ensure that those conditions are being addressed. It's another thing to have to track down an investment firm in a foreign government to try and track down, you know, who is the owner and who's responsible for making sure that that dwelling maintains safe and healthy. With that said, thank you to Public Works for all the work they're doing on getting all the trees in downtown replaced. I know I've been a little bit of a micromanager on losing any tree wells, but one of the complaints I get from about visitors in downtown Fresno is how come we don't have more trees? So I'm very sensitive to us covering up any existing tree wells because, you know, it's easier to do or things might have changed. But I know that the trees that have been missing for years in downtown will be replaced starting this upcoming week. So thank you for Public Works for taking that on. And also thank you to Public Works for being with us and Councilmember Soria and I yesterday at Tower District to answer to some of the questions on the protected bike lanes in the Tower District. In government, we all try to improve the neighborhoods, and sometimes we miss a mark. And when we miss a mark, it's great to have staff that acknowledges it, apologizes it, adjusts as we move forward. I think we've done that in the Tower District, and ultimately, protected bike lanes will ensure the safety of kids as they walk and bike to school, especially on the weekends when they're with their families. So thank you for the Public Works staff for doing that. And then lastly, City Manager, I've been getting more complaints about the quality of our insurance for employees. Besides having the worst coverage of any public entity in the region, the service has significantly decreased. I just learned myself that our insurance provider no longer provides in-person service. Everything is now remote permanently. That's what they told me. So can we get a memo or a workshop on what kind of coverage we are providing employees and what kind of services Health Comp is providing to employees? Because I've been in communication with them, and it looks like they told me directly that they're permanently remote, and there's no office hours or people to talk to in person about claims.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that you could only attend appointments to doctors remotely.
No, I'm talking about dealing with the people that deal with our claims.
Yes, we can get an update from the Health and Wealth. And just for purposes, make sure everybody realizes It's a separate entity, the Health and Welfare Trust Board. So I'd be happy to get an update for you.
Yeah, we do, but I think we would be the only entity that has a third party, in this case, Health Count, that doesn't have any people in person to deal with claims. And as you know, yes, and they changed our service provider for eye coverage and a whole bunch of other stuff. But if these claims are not dealt with appropriately and timely, they go into collections and they impact people's credit score, which then impacts their ability to get rental, because your credit score is driven, it's a driver of whether somebody rents you a place to live at. And I wasn't aware that our provider, and I'm assuming there's significant savings for doing so, but I haven't seen those savings trickle down to employees. So I would like a workshop on overall what are the health options we provide employees, who's managing those health options, and what changes have they made to the plans that haven't been reported to the council as a whole. With that, thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez?
Council President, as being the council member that, one of two council members that left at 12:05 a.m. the last marathon meeting, I'll save my comments for later. And that was actually Councilmember Bredefeld and I that walked out at 12:05 for that marathon meeting. So I know you're so traumatized too, Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes. First of all, I want to comment, I'm wearing a hat today. It's not to improve my suit. I actually had a basal cell carcinoma removed from my scalp, and so I have a big patch on the back of my head. So I figured rather than you see that, I'll wear a hat. And I didn't wear a MAGA hat because I didn't want to trigger my council colleagues here. Just so people know, there literally are over 3 million cases diagnosed of basal cell carcinoma. So it's important to have your skin checked, to see your doctor. And the biggest risk, of course, is the sun. And I stay out of the sun pretty much, but I still ended up getting something. So please protect yourself from the sun and get your checkups. Also want to remind people that November 2nd, Wednesday at 10 a.m., we'll be doing the Public Safety Memorial unveiling right outside City Hall. And that is happening because of this council and the mayor and all of the staff that have worked diligently to make this happen. It's going to be a great program and something that we're all going to be very proud of. So again, the public's welcome to attend. We want you to be there Wednesday, November 2nd at 10 a.m. And lastly, I'd request a reconsideration of the approval of the agenda simply because there's a couple of items that I would like to pull from consent for discussion. I can't do it. I would ask.
I'll make a motion for reconsideration so that.
Well, hold on. There will be an opportunity to pull items from the consent agenda for discussion
On consent?
without reconsideration.
Okay, and is
That's next. When we get to the consent agenda, I'll ask you
City
again.
Clerk was telling me something else.
Was there an issue with 1H? Oh, no.
Yeah, so if you simply want to pull items for discussion,
Well, I also wanted to ask, there's an item, and I'm not sure which, it's the Moss Adams item. I understood from the city manager last week or when we met that it had to be on the agenda this week or there was an issue of it getting approved, the contract.
okay, I see. So if you do want to revisit items that were taken off the,
Yes, that as well.
then yeah, you would need to.
Yeah, I'd like at least a discussion on that. I mean, is that accurate, city manager, that it had to be on the agenda for this week for approval, or we're going to run into a problem?
So I think last week what I said, the motion was to remove it with no return date. And I said, because it was an RFP, we needed to make a decision either way, either to approve a contract or say that we're going to reject and not move forward at all. The delay that Councilmember Arias, the problem with the delay is accounting firms were going into their busy season, so our ability to get the work done in a timely manner as accounting firms are going into their busy season, that will be difficult to get this. This proposal they submitted was a timeline that if we keep delaying the award, they're not going to be able to make that timeline. So that's,
Okay, so the council member is requesting clerk or attorney. How does that procedure or what does that process look like?
Yeah, motion to reconsider the approval of the agenda, and then he would make his motion to reconsider. Well, I guess we can just do motion to reconsider pulling that one item.
Yeah, at least for just discussion, so we can discuss
I
the
think you need
implications
to
of
do
this.
motion to reconsider the approval of the agenda.
Okay,
first.
and then,
Yeah, and then he would make his motion. Right?
Okay.
Yes.
So you've made a motion.
well,
Well, I
Vice
can't
President
make the
Maxwell
motion.
did, as a member of the approval, the winning side,
I'm trying to,
prevailing.
you prefer to do this now or after council member comments?
We can, okay, yeah, so let's get through councilmember comments and then we'll take on the motion, yeah, right, directly after, before we do the mayor and city manager comments.
Thank you.
Do you have further comments? Okay, so it's just me then we'll get right back to that. So again, a lot going on in District 7, but I'll just give a few of the highlights. Had the privilege of attending the swearing in of 18 AmeriCorps members at the Fresno Center this past Saturday in District 7. Great group of young people and looking forward to their year of service. Back at the Fresno Center this coming Saturday, there will be a Embrace Diversity Day, which is the Fresno Center's annual multicultural resource fair. So I encourage folks to get out there, check it out. A ton of resources, ton of folks. It's really a great time. We did it last year as well. Additionally, also this Saturday, in keeping with the Halloween festivities, there will be an event hosted again by the Fresno Central Precinct of Fresno PD at the Manchester Center, Trunk or Treat. So encourage folks in the district, in the neighborhood, to come on out this Saturday. I believe they'll be there from about 11 to 3. We had, probably 1,000 kids last year come through. So come on by if you are in the neighborhood. So promise I'll keep it short, and I'll conclude there. That'll
Council
be then
President,
my
I had
council
a
comments.
couple of remarks.
Oh, I forgot you. Oops, skipped right over. Never mind. Council Vice President.
Yeah, I just want to remind folks that not this Saturday, but next Saturday, October 29th, we're going to have our second annual District 4 Fall Fest at Large Park. It's located at 3652 East Indianapolis. It's going to be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a completely free event. Our friends over at Planet Pumpkin off of First and East have donated 100 pumpkins. So the first 100 kids that show up will get a free pumpkin. We're going to have free supplies there for the children to decorate a pumpkin, to take it home. We'll have a contest at the end, judging the best pumpkins. We encourage children to dress up. We're going to have a costume party. There's going to be free snacks, free candy, a resource fair. So again, that's going to be on Saturday, October 29th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Large Park. We encourage anybody that wants to come out, get a free pumpkin and some snacks, bring your family with you. And that was it. Thank you, Council President.
All right. So that concludes council comments. Councilmember Bredfield, and that would be your opportunity to make any motions that you wanted to.
Yeah, I can't make the motion because I wasn't part of it. It would have to be
Bailing
somebody who's
party
there.
must make the
Yeah,
motion. a member of
Council
the
President,
prevailing
if I may, since I'm the one that tabled the item, I just want to clarify a couple things. One is I tabled the item to November 3rd council meeting, so the next council meeting, and it did so because there's a couple of moving factors that I think we need to get some clarity on before we take this on. One is, as the public knows, we terminated our city controller, and two, we have the city controller in closed session today. So I'd like to hear where we're at with staffing capacity internally and the city controller situation before we launch on one more audit that's going to add additional more work. So just on the timing, I'd like to hear this item on November 3rd so we can get clarity on the city controller situation in closed session today.
Yeah, the only concern I have is, does this lose the contract if we wait?
My understanding is that we can still do it November 3rd.
I guess I just like clarification.
Ruthie? She's been the one who's been talking with the CPA firm on the timing and their availability.
Good morning. How may I respond to your question?
The question was, if the contract, the 1C Moss items agreement gets continued until November 3rd, I had shared with the council that continued delays would push the accounting firm into their busy season, and their ability to perform under the timeline that they identified in their proposal would be difficult. If this gets pushed to November 3rd, are they going to have the capacity to give us the report on the timeline that they've identified? Or are they going to be pushed into the future?
Thank you, and good morning again. The longer we wait, the more delay there could possibly be to meet the time frame that is included in the agreement that's before you. In fact, what we risk is that if we push it too much, we might as well just wait until perhaps mid-spring when things free up for them again. So they're definitely anxious to start and certainly would like to know when that might be. And we do have all of the records pulled for the time frame that is included, so we can get that moving right away. So I don't want to say that all hope is lost, but I do think we need to be flexible on the completion date.
And I'm going to look to the city attorney on this because I don't want to get into violations of personnel matters. But the council also, which has been publicly reported, also ordered an audit of the finance department given the gravity of the situation. So I'd like to have a closed session discussion on the timing of how those two would essentially work. I don't want to have a delay on the broader issue of the finance department, without knowing that there's going to be delay as a result. So that's my request. That's my rationale, Councilmember Bredfield, for moving it to November 3rd.
Councilmember, and city attorney, stop me if I go too far. Just so you know, the audit of the department will be done by a different firm. So just wanted to make sure that you were clear on that.
So what you're saying, Ruthie, is the contract would go forward as if we waited till November 3rd, it was approved November 3rd, but it would delay the results. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, well, for sure it would delay the results. It's a matter of exponentially delaying the results, given the capacity of the firm at this particular time. So rather than just delay the results for 2 weeks, it might delay the results for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, depending on their staffing, but they're ready for us now. The other thing, and again, please stop me, City Attorney, if I'm going too far. The other thing is that in order for us to have an assessment, evaluation, what the council deems an audit of the finance department and the internal control structure, this is but a small part of that, and it would really help us to have this part in process and or completed as we move into a broader, larger view of an evaluation assessment of the internal controls of the finance department.
So, and it's from separate entities, as you said. So, again, I would ask the council to reconsider this. This is obviously a big issue. The audit committee met. I sat in the audience when you met. We all agreed to do this. It got delayed last week. Now we're delaying it 3 more weeks. There's no reason why we can't proceed, and the public wants to know about, are we managing their money properly? That's the whole point of doing this audit. So I don't see, there's no reason to delay this any longer. We delayed it last week. Now you want to delay it 2 more weeks. You can get your questions answered, council member, in a closed session. And the audit of finance departments and other departments is completely separate from what this contract is all about. So again, I ask for reconsideration to really look into this and whether or not we should move forward.
I would just ask administration to reach out to the organization and see if they're willing to be flexible. We've done this before. We have a finance and audit subcommittee scheduled for next Friday. I would like to have that discussion before proceeding. There's nothing barring us from having a special council meeting on this if we have to beat a certain deadline, but I don't think it hurts us to reach out to them either and see if they could be flexible with us.
Absolutely, we'll do so.
Councilmember, we should probably amend the agenda for the Finance and Audit Committee because I'm not seeing this, this part on the agenda. I see the Finance Department, but I don't see the review of the credit card expenditures on the
I
agenda.
think we were waiting to see what happened at today's council meeting
Okay.
before we placed any further items onto that
Okay,
agenda. So
sounds
thank
good.
you.
And we were also waiting because I understand that our interim controller availability is pretty tight, and so is our legal counsel's availability. So I think we're still trying to work out the scheduling conflicts.
Yeah, we have not published that agenda yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Don't publish it till I've seen it. Okay.
But I'm trying to understand, do you need a reconsideration to pull items from the agenda, council member?
No.
Okay.
So that item is still off for November 3rd.
We're at status quo right now.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. All right. Mayor, city manager, any comments?
Just a couple of comments. We'll be at the Gaston Middle School tonight, 6 p.m. The president of Fresno City College will be providing an update on the West Fresno campus and potential delays specifically regarding some of our interactions with PG&E. And also this weekend we have what's called Serve Fresno Sunday. And Love and Alley, as part of Beautify Fresno, they'll be doing alley cleanups at 3 locations, one in the Tower District by Thomas and Ferger, another one in Southeast Fresno around Alta and Low, 4th to Orange, and then one by Kirk Elementary in Southwest Fresno. And then this Saturday I'll be attending a couple of events, but one of those being the Embrace Diversity being hosted by the Fresno Center. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. So far, clerk,
Mr.
I wanna-
President, I'm
Yes.
sorry, really quick. I just had a quick comment. Wanted to make sure the council saw the tray memo that went out, believe it was late yesterday, on the Parks Commission's recommendation regarding the Tower Theater fees that were on the agenda, and they did recommend approval on that. So I just want to make sure it was late notice. I want to make sure you all saw that.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to read that, but I'll take a look. All right, so moving on to the consent calendar. Clerk, so far we have 1F and 1J.
That is correct.
That's all we have right now. All right, who wants to add to that? Any takers? Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, 1B and 1G. And I'd like to register a no vote on Q. B, 1B, 1G, and a no vote on Q.
So that's 1B as in boy, 1G as in Gary,
Yes.
1Q, and a no vote
No,
on
no,
1Q.
no vote on Q.
Okay.
Council President, can I make a motion to approve the amended agenda, consent agenda?
Well, I have my hand raised, Mr. President.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, sir. 1H, please,
1H.
to contest the consent.
1H, okay. Okay, and we've got 5 items. That's it, everybody, right? 5 items, not too bad. All right, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll. Actually, no, we cannot call the roll. We are going to go out to public comment on the consent agenda. So at this time, we'll move into public comment on the consent agenda. Any general public comments you may have on unscheduled communication, or if you have any comments with respect to the closed session agenda as well. So I do have some yellow cards stacked here already. I'll go ahead and read through those for here in the chamber. So if you're here in the chamber and would like to speak, and you have not filled out a yellow card, please fill one out. And we'll move over to folks who are on Zoom as well, who have their hands raised. So starting off here in the chamber, first card I have is from Mr. Fernando Paul Elizondo, Jr.
Peace be with you. Well, I have a complaint that's been bothering me ever since I came here. Nobody's above God. You need to change that. The city of Fresno, in God we trust. It should say, In God we trust, the city of Fresno. Because apparently the city of Fresno thinks it's above God. It's taking too many things away from the poor people and giving them to the rich. These people are not homeless. They are victims. Victims of society's rich people. Corruption. These people that are homeless or victims have come to the lowest level they can, eating out of a garbage can, sleeping out in the streets. Well, some of you live at Copper River, some of you gated communities, and they're not looking out for these people. We need to get back to the basics and help these people out. $40 million has been allocated to these people. The interest on $40 million is $6,000 a month, okay? That's why the delay is. People are making interest that is not accountable. And it's for their help, not for your help. They need to be attended to. I keep seeing these people getting moved around, musical chairs. I don't see nobody being attended properly. Permanent housing, not apartments, not any other kind of housing, but permanent. What's the problem? Mr. Celebrity Dyer, come on board. I want to hear a comment on that. Like I said, we need that money to go where it should be allocated to these people, and we need them with the essentials. Mental illness is really coming worse, because the worse off you are, the worse off you're going to get. You need to feed them, number one. Not only food, but spiritual food. They need to get that spirit that they're not getting kicked to the curb. Now you don't even let them go to the curb. You kick them away. Where you send them away? See, we need to address that and do it right and do it once, because that money's not going to come back again. Once everybody gets their hands on it, what's in it for me? Special interest is another word for corruption. You got to get that away from the City Hall. All you hear is all special interest, contributions. Come on, man. Get real. Feed these people spiritual food and spiritual necessities that they need to get them back to where they were. They weren't that way. They were taxpayers once upon a time. But we got a lot of problems with the code enforcement. Where they're called the code revenue for the city now.
Mr. Elizondo,
Thank you, Mr. President. Don't give up on that case.
So again, before I move to the next speaker, I did want to reiterate that, again, right now we're taking public comment on unscheduled communication, anything that's on the consent agenda, or even if the item was pulled into the contested consent calendar, we're still taking public comment on all those items. And I do have some cards for some of those items, as well as closed session. Before I move on to the yellow cards, I almost forgot that we did have a couple of scheduled speakers for 10 a.m. and 10:05, so I'm going to bundle that here into this portion as well. So we had a 10 a.m. appearance by Mary Padilla to discuss returning rightful living to America, and the speaker resides in District 2. So Mary, are you with us this morning?
Council President, I think she's out in the foyer. So let me go out and check on her.
Sure. While you do that, we do have a second 10:05 a.m. speaker who's scheduled to speak for 3 minutes. It's an appearance by Steve Marcus to discuss alley gate breaches. The speaker resides in District 7. Steve, are you with us this morning? Yeah, come on down. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I've lived in the location where I live, just outside the Tower District now for about 20 years. And about 5 years ago, we were able to get the chain link gates put on both ends of the alley because we were having issues with homeless people camping out in the alley, people shooting up in the alley, garbage, beer bottles, things like that. And during those 5 or so years. Both ends have had the chain links cut through to where, at least on one end, to where I know for sure they were getting through the fence to camp out in the alley, and they've cut the locks off a couple of times, maybe 3 times. They've cut the chain to the locks 2-3 times. They've cut the locks on both ends, actually. And this is just a perpetual thing that happens it seems like in the last couple of years, it's been every 9 months the breaches take place. And, you know, it's at one point, before the gate was in, before the fencing was in there, we had somebody kick in a slat in our backyard and start trying to cut a hole into our tool shed in our backyard, you know, and they got in the alley. Before that, well, we're concerned that this is going to happen again. And, you know, we've had all our stuff stolen out of our backyards. It's not necessarily from the alley, but anyway, it's just, it perpetuates. And what I would like to see would be the neighborhoods that have alley gates that are chain link that have been breached at least twice to put in the iron rod fencing in place of those chain link fences or chain link gates, and maybe any future iron rod fencing that goes in bad areas that are more susceptible to crime. Those should automatically be the iron rod fencing. That's it. Do I just take a seat now?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
Never done this before.
No, yeah. That's just fine. Thank you. All right, and another call for Mary Padilla on the agenda. Mary, are you with us this morning? Okay, move on to the rest of the yellow cards here. Jenny Copeland.
I haven't done this either before. So my name's Jenny Copeland. I have 3 little boys, age 6, 8, and 10. And I was a normal person with my own place. We've had our house, we've had our holidays and everything just like everybody else. But up until 3 months ago, we became homeless because, like other people, they illegally put us out of our apartments where we were living. I have Section 8. I had always paid my rent, have to pay my rent with Section 8, so they still put us out. It's very hard. I have a child that has special needs, and I am a single mom. And the lady that I am with back there is my mother-in-law, even though I'm not with the father of the kids anymore. She helps me with my kids. She helps with her grandkids. Like this guy was saying here, there are bad things in the homeless community, but I'm not one of them, and I didn't deserve to get put out like that with my 3 little boys. I have my name on all the lists at the shelters. There's only a couple shelters that will take kids. All the ones on the Parkway are like just for 18 and older, so it doesn't really help. Step up on the 99, I have a referral there, and now they have thrown my application and my referral, I guess, by mistake, so I have to wait on the list all over again, and it just seems like there's no help. For someone like me with 3 kids, and I used to have a CPS case, but I beat it, and I beat it just to come right back into this stuff with the homelessness, so I don't want to be eating out of trash cans with my kids and having to find somewhere to shower. It really sucks. And nobody wants to accept me as Charlene because she's elderly, you know, at the shelters, and I have 3 kids. So I just hope that something gets done today, and I'm going to try to keep coming back until this is solved. Thank you.
Jenny, I just want to thank you, and for yourself or anyone else in the audience that comes to our council meetings. If you think that you may have been illegally evicted from your apartment or maybe soon illegally evicted from your apartment, We do have the eviction protection program set up through our city attorney's office. If we could make sure that we have somebody available in the foyer out there where Jenny is headed to talk to these folks.
Yeah, I
be a
see,
good
I see the mayor
resource.
headed out there with her now and some of the staff. Thank you, Mayor. All right, next speaker is going to be, let's see here. This handwriting is, I think, worse than mine. So the first letter, oh boy. Ponrihel. And Son or Sor is the last name? Stepped out? Okay, we'll come back to them in a second. Next speaker is going to be Brianna Gales. Brianna, are you with us this morning?
Hello, my name is Brianna. I am in favor of the Garage 7 tower with T-Mobile. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Lance Roberts.
Hello. Thank you. I first want to say it's an honor to step before y'all and have this opportunity to speak for what I firmly believe in. I'll say T-Mobile has been one of the best opportunities I've ever worked with. I'm in favor of the Tower 7, T-Mobile Tower there on Garage 7. From what I've heard, it sounds like in discussion, there's a contract that's going on that is in dispute. With this, if it goes down, if it doesn't go through, what's going to end up happening, a lot of our customers are going to be affected by this. I've heard schools are using this tower as well. If this isn't passed through, then there's going to be a lot of customers that do, they just won't have that service there. We get calls, I take calls all day long, 5 days a week. The amount of customers that we deal with that have, say there's congestion that's going on, it makes me feel bad for them. A consumer myself, at the end of the day, I apologize. First time doing this, like I said, so I've never been in front of a council here. At the end of the day, I am a consumer. I understand the importance of being connected, especially in our education system. I went to school in Fowler. I live in Selma. I went to school in Fowler. They pushed education and technology was the priority. That's the way that our society is going. Technology is first. And I believe it's important to have service so that way we can educate our children. Children is the future, Saying that, I just want to say, I do support the parking garage 7, the tower. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Nicole Orr.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Orr. I am a resident of Fresno, California. I've been here all my life, so 28 years. I do have children that use our hotspot, the T-Mobile hotspot, so I am in favor of Garage 7. If we take that away, a lot of kids are not going to have that free internet. A lot of, even myself, using the home internet, we're not going to have it. And it's very, very reliable, cheap for families that are, can't afford the big dogs. So, yeah, I am in favor. So, yeah.
Next speaker is going to be Jessica Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jessica Rodriguez, and I am an employee with T-Mobile. T-Mobile has been one of the best places that I've ever worked for, coming from working in a different industry for 10 years, being with T-Mobile since May of this year. I don't see myself anywhere else. I am here today to say that I am in favor of keeping the Garage 7 tower for T-Mobile. It is very crucial, again, even for myself using the home internet, to have it in my home, especially for work from home or even just for my child. So again, I'm here to say it is very crucial to keep that T-Mobile tower in Garage 7, so I am in favor of it. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Shelby Ferrari Mendenhall.
Hello, my name is Shelby. I am in favor of the Garage 7 for the parking garage. As a college student, I am currently 19 years old. While losing the tower right there, there is no longer going to be home internet, especially for low-income people. You can get the home internet just for $50. I used to pay $95 just for Wi-Fi for Xfinity. As an employee at T-Mobile, we do love our customers and we want to value their experience. But T-Mobile, we want to continue with having the towers for the parking garage 7.
The next speaker is going to be Joseph Mesa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Joseph Mesa. I'm a lifelong resident here in Fresno, California. I live on 3290 West Ashland Avenue. And I myself are in favor of the Tower 7 due to the fact that if we lose that contract, we will not have internet options for our youth and for people to apply for jobs, people to use public services online, such as paying their water bill, paying their PG&E, their gas bill. It's home internet and internet in general is a big utility in this day and age, and just due to that nature, I'm in favor of Tower 7.
Thank you. The next speaker is going to be Gabriel Hernandez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gabriel Hernandez, and I am a resident of Fresno. I'm also a Fresno State student working on my bachelor's degree. I've been employed with T-Mobile since May of this year. I was previously working for a car wash company based out of Fresno for over 8 years. And the main thing about this tower is keeping our customers and your residents connected. That's the main thing. Now think about it this way. We have the Affordable Connectivity Program that at least gives free phones to homeless and low-income residents. They're not going to be able to call people. Think about it this way. You have kids who are using that home internet, kids who are using hotspot in downtown Fresno who aren't going to have that no more. And the thing about that is my job as a frontline worker for the call center is to answer phone calls. So picture a Fresno County or Fresno City resident calling me, and I have to tell them, hey, your council members chose not to extend the lease. So now the city that you live in, those council members chose to not allow you to have internet or your cell phone service. So think about it that way. My job will be having to explain to them, hey, sorry, that tower is no longer there no more. And I don't want to have to do that to your residents of your city. So thank you for this time, and I'm in favor of keeping that tower. Thank you, guys.
Next speaker is going to be Yasmin Soto.
Good morning. So my name is Yasmin, and I am a resident of Selma. I also am in favor of Garage 7 and for keeping the T-Mobile tower. I was raised from a very Hispanic household, so my parents always try to find ways to cut, the littlest thing in bills. I know there's people paying up to $100 just to have Wi-Fi at home. right now. You know, we have home internet for $50. If you get a certain thing, you get it for $30. Who has home internet for $30 right now? And there's college students with part-time jobs. So I know it would be a great benefit to, you know, households that are struggling to make ends meet, you know, $50 for home internet, 30 college students. We also have our military plan, so it'll help those that have served our country to, you know, be able to have access to speak with their family. And we also have the 55+ plan. It'll also help our seniors to be able to communicate with their family. No one wants to pay $100 for internet. No one should. So, and I know there's resources to get free internet, but we all know resources eventually run out. So I just want to say I'm in support of the T-Mobile Garage 7 tower. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Henriquez Tarpon.
Good morning. First and foremost, I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity. Now, as has been repeated, you know, not to be repetitive, I am in favor for Garage 7, and the reason being is three stands. Now, one is me being a local resident. I do live, honestly, directly next to the tower. I live right here on Fresno and Inyo, so I'm very close by. So that's in representation. Representation is always key. And also another reason, too, as I stated, as you have already heard, which is called Project 10 Million, which is pretty much giving free internet and different things to our kids and so forth. And I had the opportunity to bring this city pride. You know, we coached one of our youth team, which actually went over to Ohio and brought a national championship back to this city. And actually, Dyer just walked out. He had came a few times to our practices, so I'm very familiar with everything. So representation is very key. And then another thing too, at the end of the day, you know, as we just went through, now we're actually able to have human-to-human interaction in person. You know, when we went through the unforeseen emergencies such as the pandemic, it's still kind of, you know, within the air, it's still kind of, you know, airy around here. So there's no telling what unforeseen emergency may occur. And as a company such as with T-Mobile, and then also having that huge ability to have that means of communication, you never know what may occur. You know, you've heard people state the different importance of, you know, with the homeless community, with this community. But one thing that I will say, and I'm going to speak firsthand, and I always speak firsthand representation, what I dealt with is the youth. You know, with our kids that I work with our football youth kids, a lot of parents are single mother household, a lot of stuff along those lines. So at the end of the day, I would say that it would be a disjustice to them for this opportunity to not be taken care of, and, you know, as far as, you know, extending whatever it is that may be, because at the end of the day, this is something lucrative for the city, and it can bring jobs later on down the line. So don't make a decision right now based off whatever the circumstance is. Let's think long term. By that, I digress, and I just said that I do stand with, you know, going ahead and extending a Garage 7 tower. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Raylene Pino.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to go ahead and hear me out today. I'm in favor of Garage 7. Coming from me personally, I came from a family that's low income, constantly never lived in a place for more than 3 years, and constantly going through struggles of trying to cut budget cuts and things like that. I am working at T-Mobile has helped tremendously, being on their plans and their home internet. Home internet for going through school, we had to pay almost $120 just to have all of us, because I'm a family of 6. So having that internet to rely on school is completely countable. Like, we have to use it for everything. So when we were able to get the home internet for $30 with our phone plans, it has helped a lot with putting that money towards rent and towards getting able to have food for not me, just my siblings. And I don't want to go ahead and repeat what my peers behind me has said, but that having the home internet for free for the mobile hotspot and the home internet itself in general has helped not just me, but multiple people within the hour and around the area. So losing that tower will affect not just the local residents, but the 7 other school districts that are using that tower for their students. So yeah, so I just want to say to keep Tower 7 up in our favor. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sia Parker.
Good morning. My name is Sia Parker. I am the Director of Engineering and Operations for T-Mobile and responsible for the leases and the licenses that we have in the city. I'm speaking to you today, obviously, in favor of maintaining the license that was put before you in the past hearing, but also again before you today for a 20-year extension on Garage 7. I will be available, obviously, later on for any questions that the council may have of why we're in support. And as you hear from many of the employees here that have spoke, they're actually residents of Fresno. And as you guys know, we put a very large call center in Kingsburg, which is adjacent, but most of our employees, which the call center will reach to 1,400 employees, live in the city of Fresno and the surrounding areas. It's really important that we maintain the coverage that we have, especially in the downtown area where we are serving the Unified School District and Project 10 Million, as you heard from people who have come already, which helps underserved children have internet services, tablets, and things to do their schoolwork. We just came out of a pandemic where most of us were isolated at home for many months, and the only thing that kept us going was the internet and our cell phones and being able to reach out to people outside of our homes because we were restricted from meeting with our communities. I ask that you look at all of the facts that were contained in the staff report and think about how much effect this will have. There is not an adjacent cell site that we can place right now. What we do is RF mapping to determine where these cell sites need to be placed. In the packet that we provided to you, you will see if this site is removed, it will create a hole in the coverage that will not be replaced by the surrounding sites. So it will cause the loss of coverage, not just that we can, I've been asked a lot of questions about what could I do about the other towers around it. So I just want you to consider all of the information in front of you and be in favor of approving the 20-year lease. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Rodrigo de la Rosa. And after Rodrigo will be the first card that I tried to call whose name is not legible. So if you could be, you're up next.
Rodrigo de la Rosa. I am the External Affairs Manager for T-Mobile, located here in the Bay Area. I have some presenter remarks, but I just have to say that I appreciate the courage of the people that came to speak to you, that you've heard, from the call center, some of them first-time speakers, and I was just really, really proud of them to come up and tell their personal story because they're residents here and they feel and know the coverage that we have here. So, with that being said, good morning, Council President Esparza and members of the City Council. We would like to say from the onset that we agree with staff's recommendation to approve the Second Amendment to the lease for a 20-year renewal. T-Mobile and the City of Fresno spent 18 months negotiating a 20-year lease renewal that was signed by T-Mobile in May of this year. Although the site is in District 3, the loss of coverage would have citywide and regional ramifications. For example, T-Mobile's Project 10 Million that you heard about is a program that helps underserved schools by providing reduced internet services and supplying equipment for participating schools. Fresno Unified School District has been an equity partner in bridging the digital divide. So you heard a lot about, what that means to folks here, to students and residents. In the package as well that C had referenced that we provided to look at all the facts, we'd also want to say in addition, there's the public safety aspect. And over the past year, from that side alone, there was 868 911 calls made from parking garage 7. So a really key place situated where there's a lot of emergencies that need to be answered. Without that site, they would go unanswered. You heard from the people where we built a call center, and again, I'm smiling because although we have a serious topic we're talking about, I'm smiling from seeing the wave of magenta that came up to talk about how important it is to not only them, but also our residents. So in closing, we ask that the council approves the Second Amendment to continue to provide and maintain wireless coverage and services for all customers now and the next 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Can you please say your name for the record? Next time, write a little slower.
It's all right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of Fresno City Council. My name is Pon Richard Songsamebong. I'm a frontline expert with T-Mobile, as well as a community advocate. I come from a single-parent Asian household, and I really want to advocate for keeping T-Mobile's coverage and services here in downtown Fresno, just because of the cultural impact that T-Mobile has had on my life and my family's life. And that'll be all. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, next speaker is going to be Gloria Hernandez.
Well, I certainly hope you're keeping track of all the in-kind T-Mobile has here. I'm here to speak on behalf of the grant that you're going to be considering or taking off the record regarding the youth and the gang prevention. We got to remember, you guys overfund the police department, and police don't prevent crime. They react to it. Advanced Peace has proven beyond doubt that they have been able to prevent a lot. And so I want to make sure you fund them and fund them over what you're proposing, because they've proven themselves. And that's what we need is prevention, not reaction. By the way, I'm sort of offended by your hat, because people's lives matter, not just the cops. Cops are important, I understand that. And I have a lot of friends that are cops, but people's lives also matter. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Des M. Des?
First of all, I want to say thank you for having me back again. I love your invitations. But I also have a bag of candy to share with the crowd, because you guys are always freaking eating. So, hey, if anybody needs a snack because we sit here for 10 hours, I got you. So, Roding Park. Let's talk about Roding Park and stolen dogs by the Fresno Police Department. The other day, we had the homeless task force pull up to Roding Park, and because an individual was there, they said, "You're under arrest for a shopping cart." As he detained him in the back of the car, he called us Fresno City Pound, which is a very nice place. I got to go visit that. Man, it looks good. But anyways, they went and they took the dogs. The Humane Society guy actually told Officer Khan that it would be in the best interest of the dog to not take him to the pound because it would be traumatizing. But yet, Khan stepped in and the humane officer asked us, would you guys be willing to watch the dog until he gets out of being booked? We said yes. Officer Khan stepped forward and demanded that the dogs be taken down because they were a piece of property. So we need to fix this. Not only that, we went down to go get the dogs, right? You know what the Fresno Police Department told the pound? That they found the dogs. They found them. They didn't tell them they stole them from a human being. They said they found them and they were written down as strays. How many other individuals have had their dogs taken from the Fresno Police Department? It was written down as strays and they've never been able to get their dogs back. So if we truly could care about dogs, let's make sure that we keep dogs with their families. The homeless families are growing out here, you guys. We got more kids out here on the streets than I think you guys are gonna have at your Christmas party. It's getting ridiculous. It really is. We need more. Step Up on 99 has had all those beds you guys just approved. I don't understand how you guys knew for all this year that there was extra rooms at Step Up at 99 that as advocates have been advocating against because you needed to fill them, and now you're gonna fill them. So about time this man got up and actually guided somebody to go somewhere, because we actually have a place to put them. We have trailers that are not being used. Yes, they're owned by the county, but you guys have a problem with opening up the trailers. The trailers could have been open. We could have had places for these families to go. But yet you guys want to argue that they belong to the county and they're on city property. On city property, by the way. We need answers about the Fresno police officer that ran over an unhoused man. We are working on 3 months and yet I have not heard anything from anybody. Sean Ginder is considered to be brain dead. I could care less right now because he committed the most gruesome hit and run murder in Fresno, California, and still there's no charges brought up on this man, but I have charges brought up on me. They're asking me to do 6 months. If Dyer cared more about the people, not the press pictures, we would have at least 6 tiny home villages by now. But as you see, he wanted to make it seem how he really cares. Instead of making families come here, Dyer, to stand in front of a whole bunch of strangers begging for help, get up off social media and get out there and get these kids off the streets.
Next speaker is going to be Regina Bell.
Y'all see my sign? Good morning, everyone. My name is Shalay Pelham. I'm speaking on her behalf. Regina, her son was hit by a car and killed. Rashad Hakeem Jr. on October the 4th in the Hoover High School area. He passed away October 10th, 2022. She is requesting that the name be released to the public, to her, who hit her child that day. The police is to protect and serve, and the person who hit her son, Rashad Hakeem Jr., name is being withheld from her. She's requesting crosswalks all around Hoover and all schools in Fresno. Not sure why there isn't any. I haven't been out there to look personally. Speed bumps in the area, proper signage for the school zone, financial assistance to lay him to rest. The family needs answers. No one has reached out to her, personally or the family. And that isn't too much to ask. That is all she's asking. She wants to know, what can we do? What can she do to get this information? Can someone please let us know? What steps does she need to take?
City Manager, that's a question for you who oversee the police department.
The city manager?
Yes, so there was a meeting, I believe on Tuesday, with, I believe, the mother and the family and the mayor, and several community members. So I know there were discussions and information. I know Chief Balderrama is here as well. Obviously, the investigation is still underway. I know the mayor has asked me to reach out to all of the superintendents of all of the schools to talk about traffic safety around school zones. So as far as nobody reaching out, I do believe there was a meeting on Tuesday. I'm sorry if...
There was a meeting on Tuesday, and I had to reach out in order for them to reach out. This accident happened on October 4th.
Okay, but there was a meeting.
My son's information was released. He is a 15-year-old child. He's a minor, yet his information was released, yet this lady's information was not released to the public?
Yeah, I believe that there was a Public Records Act request that was submitted at that meeting for that information, and that is been turned over, I believe, to the attorney's office so that we can process that and release any information that is available to the public under the law.
City Manager, why aren't we releasing the names? We released the 15-year-old's name.
Paco, Chief Balderrama, can you come up, please?
Who has that discretion to release names?
No.
All right, folks, we're going to give the floor to the chief.
Chief, what's the process for releasing information on who the driver of the vehicle was? I do believe the Public Records Act request was submitted, but could you share that?
It was submitted and it was expedited, and the family received the information yesterday at 4 p.m.
So is that information, why isn't that information released automatically?
It's not released out to the public. It is released out to the people who requested.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's released to the people who requested.
Okay.
That individual hasn't been charged with a crime yet. Therefore, we're limited on releasing to the public.
Okay.
Yes, it was released yesterday at 4 p.m. We expedited the PRA request.
So it has been released?
Yes.
Listen, hold on. Chief, City Manager, you have the floor.
So was the name released to the family? Yeah, is that what I just heard you say yesterday?
The name was released to the family upon their request. We expedited the request and they received that yesterday at 4 p.m. It is an ongoing investigation.
We would like the name released to the public. Also, Rashad Hakeem Jr. was hit and left. Whoever hit him, they could have called 911 easily. However, they left and came back. That is a crime. A crime was committed and resulted in his passing away.
Council President, I would like to defer to Chief Assistant City Attorney Tina Griffin. She's in charge of Public Records Act requests for the city.
Sure. Tina, if you'd like to come on up. Oh, you're up here already. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Tina, you have the floor.
We did receive the Public Records Act request, as the city manager indicated. We did expedite that. Usually there is a delay on that. We provided it to the victim's family, which is according to the Public Records Act law. We are prohibited as an agency to disclose certain information to the public. So unless if there's an exemption that requires us to prohibit that, to withhold that for the time being, then that's what we're obligated to do. My understanding, it's still undergoing an investigation. And so pending an investigation, that information would not be disclosed. So once it's completed, then we can have another, we would have another ability to look into disclosing certain information.
City Attorney, does the family have a right to disclose the name to the public?
Well, we've disclosed information. I don't have before me what was provided. There may have been redactions within that. So if there was redactions within the document itself, she could not, obviously she could provide whatever she received. We don't have any, way to prohibit that, right? But I don't know what was redacted.
The family would like to know why there isn't any compassion. They need answers. They need to know why wasn't they arrested the day of the crime committed? A hit and run.
Okay. The documents were not, I just learned from the other assistant, the documents, because of the pending investigation, was not provided. You were given the name and what else? And the insurance information, which is what we are obligated to provide.
That's a slap in the face to the
So as soon as we are able to legally provide the information, we will provide the information.
Okay. We're going to have order, and you folks still have a minute left on your time. So if you'd like to proceed, I think we've answered questions, which is very unusual. We don't typically get into, but we understand the gravity of the situation, and Appreciate the city attorney, city manager providing
You're taking a
the information, but you do have a minute left on your time. We'll have order in the chamber. These folks have the floor.
So since I have her name, am I allowed to disclose it? Because you guys disclosed my child's information without
Whatever
parental
information is provided in
consent.
a Public Records Act request is public information.
You have a freedom of speech.
Her name is Lisa Ellen Spores, Fresno State professor.
Say her name again?
Lisa Ellen Spores.
Spores? S-P-O-R-S.
Murdered my 15-year-old son. That's it.
Thank you. The next speaker in the chamber is going to be Christina Martinez.
I just have one question. Who do I go to besides the mayor's office? Do you recall leaving the?
Please direct your
I need
your
this
comments and
public
questions this way.
records, Freedom of information request answered immediately, expedited, because it's my privacy that I'm trying to protect, my future, my property.
You can submit it to the city attorney's office across the hall.
Okay, this has been, I dropped it off back in May, a freedom of information request regarding mines. What do we call, what is it called when you can hear people discussing things? I don't know if I'm hearing people on the cell phone or what. I don't understand why. A judge would tell me to go to see a psychologist when I was questioning, I've been questioning the whole time, what's going on with the, people talking in their minds, holding secret council meetings and stuff like that. What are we calling that? Are you not aware of people talking and through the minds? You're not aware of it?
This is your opportunity to provide public comment to us. We're not, we don't typically respond at this point, but you still have a minute and 45 seconds to speak to us.
But I don't want to hear you. So, were you saying that for my freedom of information request, I give it to her?
The city attorney's office is directly across the hall,
Okay.
outside the chamber to your left.
Okay, it's just a simple freedom of information request, but I have to see the attorney. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I have another card for Des. I think you spoke already, yeah. All right. No worries. Okay, yeah, so I think you had distinguished, if you wanted to comment on the consent calendar item, that is fine.
Yes, thank you. I would like to support Advance Peace. I think a lot of us in the community have been able to reach out to them and utilize the services that they give. I don't want to see them lose their facility that they have, because in order for us to go there and have a quiet place where we can sit down and talk instead of on the streets is a lot better. But if you don't help them, then there's no way for us to reach out to people that are able to deal with individuals that I deal with in the streets of Fresno. Come on, I only get 2 minutes. Thank you. Brettafield has actually been watching me the whole time, you guys. Come on. You guys, we need help out there in the streets. I need help in the streets. I'm going to have Project Share the Warmth. Who do I get to call in order to have safety precautions around me, or the volunteers, or to prevent us from going in a certain area if there's something going on that we don't know about? The police can't do that for me, but Advance Peace can. They can reach out to individuals that I run into out there that the police officers can't, because they just won't talk to police officers. They won't even talk to organizations that are connected directly from the police department. We need other ways to reach out to individuals here and to the youth, and we need them. We need Advance Peace. So I support them, and hey, go T-Mobile. Thanks.
All All right, we're going to move over to Zoom. And our first speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa. Welcome.
Okay. First, Gary, I hope the little thing they took off your head wasn't terribly traumatic and that you're well. Because even though I don't agree with you, I don't wish you ill. First thing, thank you for the $458,000 in the parks budget for the dog park. I greatly appreciate it. And yesterday when we were talking about it at the dog park, we also had to bring up the issue about the workshop that you're going to be having today regarding Chaffee Zoo's master plan. And there's some problems, guys. There's some really big problems. First off, I've been asking for more than 5 years. I've been asking for years, what is the parking plan? Where is the parking plan? Who has the parking plan? I've asked different parks directors. I've actually actively went into Ace Parking to ask for it. I've come to city councils for it. Where is it? It is part of the terms and conditions of Chaffee's expansion, so where is it? They should have it. They should actually email it to me by the end of the day. The other issue is when was this change to Chaffee Zoo's expansion disclosed to the public? I haven't seen public notices. I haven't been reached out as a community of interest. There hasn't been any notices in the park. And the big thing that I have a concern about is we're moving the dog park, and now there's going to be structures within Chaffee Zoo. 2 structures, 3 stories, really? You need to talk about traffic. You need to talk about air quality. You need to talk about city's planning. It is my understanding the city owns the lot across the street on Belmont, which I think would be a better situation for a parking lot or a parking structure for the zoo versus putting more pollutants in the zoo and within the footprint of roading. And I do not want to see roading furtherly eroded by 1,000 cuts due to Chaffee, and they're wanting to be in that park. The other issues include circulation and parking management. There's not a clear discussion about circulation or traffic because I have come to you guys and I've done a cursory study about traffic movements and traffic counts within that park. And there really is no justification for any structures or parking lots in that park since that park is only impacted by Chaffee not more than 14 days a year. It would be a waste of money. It would degrade the quality of the park to build parking structures within the park and on that leased land. Once again, I think if you're going to build a parking lot for Chaffee or Chaffee wants a parking lot, then you can, give them that land across the street that you're giving to a charter school.
Thank you, Lisa. We're over, but thank you. The next speaker is going to be Brandy News Villegas.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for addressing the issues regarding the apartments, for your intervention, for displacement, for recognizing the need for policy to address outside investments and abuses, and addressing the needs that need to be addressed, dealt with regarding fires. Regarding 1G. I'm here to support advanced peace, but also ask for this council to seek increased funding. We're dealing with many heartbreaking violent crime incidences, and our choice of investments are crucial. We need to be strategic. There are a lot of really great groups in that organization. I mean, in the list, like Boys and Girls Club that I'm familiar with, and so I'm glad for these. But you have the opportunity to address violent issues in a holistic and powerful way to transform not just the life of the person that they reach out specifically, but also healing neighborhood and generational trauma. They work with mothers and as well as survivors of violence. They help address the needs and issues and help the people they work with to build a career And then you have the impact of one changed life to the people that they have influenced is huge. And given how the issues that we've been facing, it is extremely important that more money, considering that in the past it was funded for 900,000, be provided. I thank you for what has been proposed, but do ask that the council would pursue more funding for this. Regarding Does statement regarding the dogs, I want to add on that I spoke with Humane Society about what would be the process, and they said that the police would put a mention in their paperwork that the dog is being held because of person being in jail, and so they can come and get their dog. The fact that the paperwork does not reflect what the Humane Society has expected as part of the process is concerning and does need to be addressed to ensure that people aren't being kept from having their pets returned to them, especially as this person cares very much about their pets, as everyone who has pets does, and as well as for the strays in general and wants to care for them. And I want you to, regarding the woman who bravely spoke up, thank you. I hope that you please do ensure that her needs are met. Please follow up, but also listen to how these stories of people coming forward, what systemic changes need to be made, including the things that Miguel had raised, and regarding increasing ways to prevent homelessness. And consider that the people who came up and the people that Arias met, those who are facing displacement, are the people who are out on the streets now. And with compassion you have for that, consider that they are being displaced and removed and mistreated by Heart Police, by Heart Team, who have experienced.
Thank you, Randy. We're
Thank you.
over time. Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Wonderly Feathers on Zoom. Wonderly, are you with us? You can unmute. Your turn to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Wonderly, so on Zoom, if you could go ahead and unmute, you have 3 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on back to the chamber. I believe we had called Mary Padilla earlier, back in the chamber now. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. You guys gave $458,000 for a dog park, and a lady whose 15-year-old son was murdered. What kind of priorities do we have? I can't believe it. She needs money to bury her son, but you gotta prove money for animals. What is going on? And I mean, to get our water to Dwight. We don't need to think on Matt's behalf. We need to think on God's behalf. As his word said, President is son, and the death of a saint. So this city will have peace. When the Prince of Peace comes back. Thank you. I love you guys. Bye.
Okay. Seeing no further yellow cards here in the chamber, I don't see anyone else punched up on Zoom. We'll go ahead and close. Oh, we do have a card. Reverend Simon Biasel.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Violence Intervention. Is that now? Great.
Yes, that would be on the consent agenda, so now it's perfect.
Thanks, Council. I just want to remind everybody the last time that this was discussed here in the chambers, I want you to remember the coalition that was here in favor of advanced peace. It started, the first speaker was from Fresno. We had a dean from Fresno Pacific here, a number of clergy, obviously EOC and the executive director who spent her whole day here, professors from UC Berkeley to talk about the empirical evidence on the effectiveness of advanced peace, and most importantly, the community members that are most affected by gun violence. We're here speaking unanimously in favor of advanced peace. Not for part of the program, not for the parts that some of you like, but the whole program. The way it works. And I'm glad that there has been a compromise worked out and that there is funding in place. My hope from this council is that there would be advocacy from you all as well, that you would truly act as our representatives, that everything that you heard from us last time on why advanced peace is important, that you would represent that yourself. That any misinformation that has come up over the past year that has caused this issue, that you would speak to the truth of how effective advanced peace is in making our community safer. That's what we need from you. We appreciate the funding that's taking place. Obviously, there are a number of great organizations that will now also receive funding, but advanced peace is the only one that doesn't prevent violence down the road, that's not working with young children so that someday, hopefully, they won't find themselves tied up in violence. This is the only organization that is working directly to stop intervention from violence repeating. And so, yes, we want this to pass financially, but we need you to be our advocates. We need you to be our representatives on this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more yellow cards. Just see anyone else on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time. Gonna go ahead and get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Second.
A motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Carbasi.
And just clarifying, that does include the amendment to 1H. Oh, no, wait, that's on contested consent now, so that doesn't matter. All right.
Okay,
Apologies.
clerk,
We
please
got the
call the
motion,
roll.
we got the second, roll call. Right. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. Yes. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0, that passes.
All right, fantastic. We have 5 items on from contested consent. So 11 right now. Let's go ahead and take the workshop and knock that out. We'll come back and do our items we have to vote on. So that workshop is going to be item 3A, Fresno Chaffee Zoo Master Plan.
Council President, if I may just make some introductory remarks to our CEO of the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. A couple of weeks ago, the zoo team gave the Zoo Authority Board, which I and Mayor Dyer serve on, an update as well as providing one to somewhat of a general public at the safari night of their master plan for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. And in doing so, they noted their need for parking as part of their growth of the zoo, and the fact that previously, in past administrations and leaderships, they had agreed to a parking plan that essentially paved most of Roding Park, in my view, to deal with the parking situation at the zoo. That, of course, is a non-negotiable for me, and I think for others on this dais. So what I asked the CEO of the zoo to do is to provide the council the same presentation that he provided the Zoo Authority Board, an outline of their overall plans over the next decade or two, given the passage of Measure C by the voters, and as well as to identify the need for parking, including the past plan that was approved with no knowledge of this body, and their proposed plan to build parking garages as we have at the airport to address future parking needs without losing any green space that already exists at Roding Park. As a matter of fact, it would make more green space available than what's already in existence at Roding Park. But with that, I'll hand it over to our CEO, John.
Thank you, Councilman Arias, and hello to the entire council, mayor's office, city staff, and the public. And thanks for the opportunity to go through what has been a very long incubated master plan that the Fresno Chaffee Zoo has put together. As Councilman Arias mentioned, a lot of this will reflect, the first steps of this will reflect some of the operational choke points that we have at the zoo that have been noted in conversations with our partners in the city for a long time. I do want to emphasize something as a preface before I begin here, though, which is that a master plan is not a design. It is a document intended to express concept and intention. I want to emphasize that I make no assumptions about the city's role and partnership in things that will have to be a partnership with us. So I am not trying to dictate or even suggest what the city's role will be, but simply to put forward what the zoo's desires are, and then to work from there in full respect with our partners to solve those. So with that long preamble, let me just get right to the master plan. I want to emphasize that our master plan was part of what we called our purpose plan, which over a year, putting together everybody from frontline staff, executive leadership, board of directors, and community stakeholders, we developed our strategic plan, basically outlining that which we say we want to be and do, what our mission is, what our vision is, what our values are as an organization, and then from there stepped into this master plan that we'll look at today. In order for that master plan to be consistent and to reflect those values and who we are and what we say we do, rather than just be a simple exercise of random decisions about what the public might want to see. So you can see our mission right there. It's intended to be very straightforward. It's intended to be an outward-looking statement. We inspire people to care for animals, create connections, build community, and save wildlife. As an organization and internally, we have our own vision statement. Our vision statement informs what we hope to accomplish in the long run, what we aspire to. A just future that begins with us. In other words, it speaks to centering these issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, but also puts that responsibility on us as an organization to treat each other that way and to treat the community that way, and to make possible a world where people and wildlife thrive together. Coming out of that vision then, we have 4 desired conservation outcomes. We want to use science, that is saving wildlife through conservation science. We want to build a meaningful work environment, a positive culture, by formulating our own internal teams and processes. We want to run a responsible and sustainable business, one that looks always to innovate, create, and become ever more efficient, both from an energy and conservation standpoint and from a business standpoint. And lastly, to have a very strong community outreach program, partnerships with all of our neighbors, and creating a sense of welcome and inclusion at the zoo. The way we're going to accomplish this is the way we're going to treat each other and treat our guests and our partners, right? So you can see those core values. We're united, dedicated, respectful, grateful, welcoming, and we are aspirational. All of those, I think, reflect our great sense of pride and privilege and humility in the face of the tremendous public support that we receive from the community, and especially as it's expressed through the support for Measure Z, which, as you know, was just passed in June with an 83% approval rating and was extended for 15 years at that time. So with that preamble, then I just want to get to the master plan itself, which you're going to see again is conceptual and intentional. There are no designs here, but there are a lot of proposed directions. This slide just shows you what the Fresno Chaffee Zoo will look like when it is entirely built out into its full 39 acres. The first realization we had when we started to get into the master plan is there are some core operational issues that the zoo faces that we need to address. If any of you, and I think many of you have been to the zoo on a busy day, you know that our parking is a huge problem. It is the first complaint we hear from all of our guests. You also know that the zoo is increasingly moving into the event business, both of our own and private events, which often take place in the evening, and we have tremendous concerns from many of our guests about security and safety in the park when they have to move out deep into the park to find parking at night. There's also the issue, once you do get parked, and it could take you 20 minutes to find a parking place when you go to Roding right now on a busy day, is that sense then you arrive at the what is a beautiful but antiquated design pavilion, or entry pavilion, which is a big bottleneck in terms of moving people through. So we know that we need to come up with better and more efficient entry sequence, and we need to address our parking capacity. So how would we do that? This is the zoo's, again, proposal, assuming nothing other than the fact that we can say that we think maximizing the capacity while minimizing the footprint that parking takes up will be the best answer for our beloved Roding Park and for the zoo itself. That it allows us to create structures that bring that parking close to the zoo and do not diffuse it out into the park where it can be create some sort of hazard or concern. It allows us to create areas where people can quickly and easily get into the zoo both at night and during the day, provides an opportunity for people to actually enter the zoo and come in through an entryway that evokes all the history and past of Roding Park and its beautiful meandering pathways. I'm just going to say that this was the alternative that was presented. This predates me. We've called this an agreed upon parking plan. I don't know if that is the right terminology, but this is certainly a parking plan that was put forward with the city's knowledge and agreement to address the capacity issues that we've all agreed go on here. And I'm just going to say, if I could go back one slide, this seems to us, again, to maximize capacity, security, and convenience while also preserving and maximizing green space in Roding Park as compared to the traditional solutions that have been put forward of asphalt parking lots to create that capacity.
So John, if I may just have you press pause, I want to just confirm with my colleagues that nobody likes the pavement parking that takes up green space.
Yes. I mean, I don't think that's like a controversial statement. And certainly from the park's perspective, from the zoo's perspective, it's an awful solution. I mean, we're about open space, green space, and environment, and we value very much our placement and our role in Roding and our desire to protect that beautiful place. So, again...
Can I ask a
question?
question?
Yes, please. Absolutely.
So, I guess, and I don't know if it's for you or for the administration, because it is a partnership, generally, how are these issues resolved in terms of who does the approval? I don't remember ever approving this. I don't support the whatever agreement that you said, because I do want to make sure that the city does maximize green space. And, you know, I think it's always about better planning and thinking about the future. So I guess I'm trying to figure out who makes the decision What role is the council's role when it comes to, today, the master plan and what he's presenting?
Right. So I, too, was very surprised when I saw that map, and I think that is why John used the words, we think approved by the city. Have no idea where that came from. I have actually asked the city attorney to go back and take a look at the official city policy, which I think would have been the approval of the master plan when Measure Z was initially passed and they were doing the first expansion. There was a lot of environmental work that was done. So there's going to have to be a decision by this body, because anything that goes into the footprint of the park will require some sort of environmental analysis. Stop me, attorney, if I'm going too far. This administration hasn't approved. I was a little shocked to see that as well. So we're trying to dig in to see where that map came from with the surface lots. Agreed. Asphalt in the middle of roading is not ideal. And I don't know if attorney wants to add something.
Georgiana and I had the conversation yesterday morning, so my office is researching into the initial EIR and what was approved at that moment, and then we'll track and see if anything subsequent was approved. So we're looking into it.
And our intention, council, is to, one, be fully transparent with this body and with the public, and two, to move towards some kind of agreement in which the city and the zoo can engage in this formal discussion of design for a potential parking garage. Of course, assuming that legal, CEQA, and all that is addressed. But we do have somewhat of a goal, which is in a 2-year window. So it is a pretty aggressive goal, but I think we can achieve it given our history with the garage at the airport. So we want to make sure everybody kind of understood it from the forefront. So if you can continue, John.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, please, go ahead, sir.
I want to reiterate, I do not support the plan where we're putting up more parking than we have park. I think that's completely antithetical to the whole concept of roading park, and so just want to make that very clear up front. My real question is, regardless of what direction we go forward on that parking, is any Measure Z money going to go towards that?
No.
How do you plan on financing?
Because this parking that we're discussing, at least in concept here, is outside of the footprint of the zoo, Measure Z dollars as it's currently understood cannot be used for it. And it's not our intention to use Measure Z dollars for this. Measure Z is very clear in its spirit that it is to be used for capital construction within the zoo to improve the public experience inside.
Would that likely come through the form of a bond, your general funds, financing, something like that? I don't want to, I'm not being coy here to say, like, what I'm trying to do right now is start this process. Without knowing budget or anything else, it's hard for the zoo, without knowing our share of whatever project we're to be partnered on, it's hard for me to say how we would fund it, but we are starting those conversations internally. We do have, we do have endowment, we do have capital funds available through our own earned revenue and from private fundraising. So we would get behind this and we would make sure that we could meet our responsibilities without touching Measure Z. I know that the city does receive revenue from the parking machines that we
Right.
have out there.
Right.
We installed
Right.
a new system
Right.
earlier this year or last year where you now go up to a kiosk and you pay for parking that way. I know one of my colleagues brought forward a resolution or an idea that we were going to suspend parking fees for a year or so at these major parks, whether it's Woodward Park or Roding Park. We weren't able to do that because to move these machines or to alter them would mean we'd have to pay back the company who we're leasing them from or
Right.
who we purchased them from. So how would this impact those machines, and would the city have financial obligation to pay anybody back for altering the parking lot out there? Would we lose out on revenue during this construction period?
So Councilmember, if I may take that question, that's an unknown, and that's why we're going to try to figure out those questions over the next couple of months. But we need a formal agreement with the zoo to proceed with that. But those are all questions that have been raised by city staff, by the zoo staff, by me. So it is unclear yet, but it is something that we have to address and resolve, whether it's revenue sharing. I'm assuming parking garage will charge a higher premium, versus the $5 now, that would be revenue sharing opportunity, but all those questions would be addressed when staff comes back with an agreement to proceed if this council agrees to the design, idea of a garage.
Understood. Councilmember Arias, just let it be known, I do want those answers before I sign off or approve on anything.
Sure.
So when do we think that would be coming back to the council, some sort of?
Our hope is that in a couple of months, we have an agreement with the zoo staff to begin formally developing design, pursuit of a garage, and at that point, we should have all those answers. So I think to get into that 2-year target of construction, we would have to get an agreement pretty quickly and have those questions answered.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And again, my intent here is to start this process to surface these questions, which are all really good questions, but so that we can begin this process without presuming anything at this point. Okay? And I just want to emphasize one thing as you're seeing in this presentation, you're seeing these blocks, these rather, massing conceptual studies. It is not our intent to put anything that would not be in keeping with our beloved Roding Park in. There are many, many ways to treat a parking structure, many of which could be actually quite beautiful and enhance the experience of arriving both at Roding and the zoo. And so just, if you would, I know it looks like just big blocks in the diagram, but imagine that it could be something much more beautiful and something that would be appropriate both for arrival at Roding Park and for arrival at the zoo. And I'm now going to go into things that are just zoo-oriented here and our look ahead as we've come to this point. So one thing, we did speak about the entry, right? One of the things that we want to do, and this gets back to the whole mission statement, create this sense of community, create a sense of place, create a sense of identity for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo that says we are here celebrating our place as in the Central Valley, but also as the gateway to the parks, as the gateway to the coast, a great spot to start any experience from. So imagine if we started now with an entryway that was a beautiful architectural statement that harkened back to some of the great lodges of the Sierras, that same vernacular, stone, wood, but also one in which it really spoke to a modern approach to conservation and environment, in which there was green roof, solar panels, other aspects brought through, that moved you really quickly and efficiently through the entry sequence and entry process to get into the zoo, but did much more because it would immediately start an experience of exhibit at the zoo itself. Imagine if you walked through that entryway and over your head the ceiling was a transparent look into a rushing trout stream of the Sierras that came right over your head as you came in and started with an amazing experience that also started telling the story of our next great exhibit, which would be California. A chance for us, again, to bring people to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, to take that same sense of imagination, creativity, and innovation that brought us vistas of Africa and the rainforests of Southeast Asia, and provide that same kind of energy to an exhibit about California, our own beautiful, biodiverse, culturally diverse, and amazing state. So that would be we would be able to build off our award-winning Sea Lion Cove exhibit, which stands right now as a beautiful testament to the Central California coast, but does so just as a one-off. It's not part of a larger narrative. So we would like to build off of that to create this entire California experience that would take us from the coast, and we would build out around the Sea Lion Cove exhibit tide pools, touch tanks, swim experiences to get it ever more immersive, ever more deeply telling the story of this beautiful coastline. From there into the coast range, the coastal redwoods, into the range itself with the live oak grassland, the megafauna that we could feature there, whether it was mountain lions, bears, coyotes, raptors, small discoveries that you could make of some of the beautiful reptiles and amphibians that we have in our state, into the story of the San Joaquin Valley itself and this great history of the aggregations of wildlife that were found here on the lakes, on the Pacific Flyway here being one of the tremendous gatherings of wildlife in the entire world, recreating that sense, talking about that history, talking about our present, and talking about the future that we can work out together in terms of humans and wildlife thriving. Moving into the San Joaquin River itself and telling the story through, again, river otters, bald eagles, golden eagles, iconic species of fish like salmon and trout, And then up into the foothills themselves, creating a beautiful layered exhibit like you see in Africa, where we have predator-prey relationships shown with gray wolves, pronghorn antelopes, sandhill cranes, smaller fauna like burrowing owls, gray fox, beautiful representations of our home in this beautiful state, in this golden place that we live. And no story of California would be complete if we stopped at the water's edge. So it is our intent to build a massive aquarium, 100,000 gallon look into the kelp forests of the Central Coast, so that we can get offshore and into this and tell the story of wildlife and conservation that we have never been able to tell at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo before. This would allow us to create indoor spaces for our guests that would be temperature controlled. It would create a sense of plaza and gathering spot that would build off of those tide pools, touch tanks, create carousels and other gathering spaces in there, include virtual reality experiences of deep sea diving, and have 2 major tanks, each about 100,000 gallons, that would feature Indo-Pacific coral reefs and kelp forests off the coast of California. The aquarium experience that the area has been waiting for many years, brought to you by the people who could do it best and tell the stories best. There's a lot more that we want to do. I'm going to go through this at a pretty rapid pace. These are, as we move through the sequence, these are further out in years and thus are sort of less and less conceptually solid. But we do know that we are growing rapidly in both our events business and in our education programming. Both of those things have almost doubled over the last year and a half. We know that we need to address that because of our antiquated facilities for education right now, and the fact that we do not have any large multi-use outdoor spaces within the zoo footprint that allows us to do the size events that we want to do. And when we do large events within the zoo, there is always that tension between impacting the guest experience of our general audience versus providing that event venue that people want and love and can really benefit from at the zoo. What we intend to do is remove our existing education building, build a new education complex with an event space located with it, take the band shell that is there right now, rotate it slightly so that it creates a space that moves out onto, addresses that green space, and allows us to do community events. You can imagine now community concerts, having the Philharmonic or any of our music venues available out there for community use. Also gives us an event space and the ability to do something really major. Gives us multi-use space so that our education programs can use it for classroom space and for camp space. We know that we need to move people better in a more effective and efficient way through the zoo itself, but we also know that there are some very important exhibits and programs that we have that don't necessarily fit into these zoogeographic models of Asia, Africa, California. We don't want to lose those, and we want to emphasize the importance of those. So we anticipate creating what we're calling a conservation corridor that would feature some of those really powerful programs and successful programs that we're doing that in and of themselves are dealing with some of the most endangered animals in the wild and creating a both genetically varied population within zoos and aquariums, but also an insurance populations for reintroduction. So whether that is giant anteaters or macaws, ring-tailed lemurs, Galapagos tortoises, our red wolf program, which we just this past year reintroduced an animal into the wild that had in the southeast United States. Red wolves have not been seen in the wild in any real numbers for hundreds of years now. We also know that we want to take our existing Valley Farm exhibit and really bring that up into a powerful experience that allows children to do the best of what is there now, that interaction with domestic livestock, but actually digs down deeper into that and celebrates our economic core as an agricultural community, our history and our future with agriculture, and incorporates into that nature play. In other words, allows kids to get out and do what I had a chance to do when I was a child, which is just simply play in a stream, dig in a field, find my joy in observing nature. We know that the data shows again and again, children learn best and deepest when they are engaged in imaginative, unmediated play in nature. So we can take that idea of this small Valley Farm exhibit that we have now and really blow that up into a bigger experience, and then also incorporate it around it, these sort of climactic, bioclimactic ecosystem zones for nature play. So imagine, if you will, that we can show kids wetlands, we can show kids the forest, we can show agriculture in a real powerful sense, and we can show their own backyards. We can take this down in scale from nature all the way to your own backyard, showing the connections, showing the beauty that you can find there, and making this sort of very real connection between what we grow around us, what our agricultural history is, and how that actually affects your own home. What is it like to have a backyard garden and use that in your own kitchen? How can you make these sort of playful statements of scale where you can have an ant farm where the ants are as big as kids, so kids can climb through that ant farm and play? What would it be like to have a valley farm that was really large in scale and really spoke to what agriculture looks like, both the history of it and the reality of it today? What if we pulled in a combine and made that a piece of play equipment? What if we had verticality to the farm itself, so that, you know, we know goats love to climb and play. Well, kids love to climb and play too, and could they do that in parallel with one another in a safe way? Could we create a wooded zone, a forest play area where kids can just actually get in, get their hands dirty and play? Similarly, within a wetlands, can they discover and enjoy in a safe but unmediated way, or low mediation on their low teaching, and just allow them to play and imagine and learn the way children have always learned about nature? Okay, there's more to it. There are support facilities that we know we'll have to build. One of the reasons why we want to address parking, I should point out, is because as we build these great exhibits, as we build these great experiences, of course, we know we're going to get more and more visitation. If we're already stressed now, we really have to think about the future. Similarly, with our support facilities, we've got to think about the future. So we are addressing things like the need to create a service area to the north that will allow us to do better and more propagation of things like giraffes, rhinos, etc. A east service area that will provide a larger and more elaborated veterinary hospital to take care of this much broader and larger collection that we have. And a south service area that provides us a central distribution point for our maintenance shops, shipping and receiving, horticulture, and facilities management. This is sequenced through. We consider that this will be, what we're looking at in all of these is about a 10 to 15 year time horizon if we're very, very aggressive. It is our plan to try to get a big capital opening every 2 to 3 years. That will be a lot of work, but we think that we can push through on much of this. We'll be in design while we're on one aspect while we're in construction of the one before it. Just some rough idea of timeline right now. We want to celebrate our centennial in 2029, being halfway through this master plan at the very least. And at the end, as I said before, what we anticipate is a beautiful zoo that will be the pride and joy of the Central Valley, the pride and joy of Fresno City for sure, and a place that creates not only a sense of place and destination, but celebrates our place here in the valley and everything else that comes with it, but also creates an economic engine in that sense of destination that builds on the economy of our place in Fresno, but in the entire city. So I'm just going to end on going back to this parking discussion so that we have something to up there while, if you wish to have any questions or talk about that.
Thanks, John.
Uh-huh.
Council, anyone want to, I don't see anyone punch up.
Just wanted to ask a question in terms
Sure.
of the master plan. I know
Yeah.
that you mentioned you guys want to have a good chunk of it done by your centennial. What is the whole timeline for your master plan?
So at this point, like, as I said, it's about a 10 to 15 year time horizon. We have Measure Z for 17 years from this date, right? Because we had 2 years ago, we extended it for 15. So we really want to think this master plan is obviously embedded in that context that we will have capital money coming in to build this. I will say, you just saw something incredibly ambitious. We know that this plan will exceed Measure Z, or at least get in front of it at certain points. So we have that centennial notification is really to say, like, we're starting a centennial campaign right now around private fundraising, and that we also need to have that robust, sustainable, and thoughtful business that provides our own internal revenue streams.
Good. And then, in terms of like the parking structures that, you guys envision, you mentioned you guys, obviously Measure C is for the internal parts of the park, but you guys do have some private funds or
Right.
opportunities for some capital outside of the park or of the zoo. Is there a plan for, to continue to raise for that, or?
Yes. That, again, the Centennial Campaign is about building the endowment that will both, in and of itself, some of it will be restricted towards certain projects, but the real goal is to build an endowment that will throw off operating funds to help us, because, again, Measure Z is, the vast majority of it is towards capital, not operating, and will allow us, in building up that endowment, to use other financial instruments that we may be able to invest in, whether we were bonding a job like that or whatever we might want to do. I don't want to get too far in front of that because we haven't had those discussions, and those are really beyond my expertise. But we do have members of the board and members of the community and partners in the city, I think, who we would actively engage in all the options around how we would finance something like this.
Okay. And then just more kind of on the numbers for the park. What are your guys' annual numbers?
In attendance? So right now we do about 875,000 a year. We anticipate, the third part of that purpose plan I was talking about was the business plan, right? And we have a pretty conservative business plan that shows us getting to about 1.3 to 1.4 million in 8 to 9 years.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you guys have kind of the numbers of the outside, like the locals versus the folks that you guys attract?
We probably have more detailed numbers than I have available to me right now, and I can certainly get those to you. But I will say this, just to give you an idea, about 40% of our visitation right now, about 40% comes from outside of a 100-mile radius. So we are already creating this sense of destination, right? We're already bringing people in throughout the whole valley and the region. As we build these exhibits, as we build this reputational credibility, we anticipate that will continue to grow, not necessarily as a percentage, but certainly as an absolute number.
Awesome. And then partnerships with the schools. So do you guys work with the majority of the Fresno County school districts?
Yeah, so we have a very, very active partnership with Fresno Unified as a whole. That is, again, I mentioned that our education programs have doubled in terms of size over the last year and a half. A lot of that has been driven by a partnership with Fresno Unified. We also have a very close partnership with Golden Charter Academy, which is going to be eventually located right across the street from the zoo. We have individual partnerships with some of the schools, and we're right now starting to build out partnerships with Madera Unified, Central Unified, and the rest of the county.
Okay, great. And usually what grades are the kids that get to?
Generally, it's the elementary school levels that we have, but we are not limited to that, and certainly a lot of our school groups that come and visit us are junior high, high school, and we're looking, between the possibilities of getting into secondary education and our partnership with Fresno State and others, we're really looking towards building out career pathways as well as education pathways.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Councilman Barrios?
If I may, Council President, I just want to, just remind my colleagues that the zoo right now serves nearly 1 million people a year. The only entity and attraction that serves more people in the city of Fresno is the airport. And as you see from the airport, we've built the garage, and now it's nearly full every time you go to the airport. So it's necessary for us to engage in this kind of investment conversation. But the zoo isn't the only investment we're making to that area. Storyland, I just met with their board this last week. They're planning new exhibits in Storyland. What occurs with Playland in the future will also be part of the discussion. The mayor's administration has also applied for a federal grant to build a pedestrian bridge connecting west of 99 to the Roding Park. We have millions of dollars in Roding Park improvements in the queue, so there'll be newer restrooms, newer play structures. So there'll be a significant improvement at Roding Park. So that's why I wanted to bring it to the council at this point for informational only, and also just to remind our city attorney that this is one of my top priorities. I know there's quite a bit of environmental work that needs to be done, finance, business plans, revenue sharing, but I am hopeful that we can bring back some agreement that addresses all the questions that we need to address in order to then begin the process of design and construction of a parking garage in time for their relocation and reopening of the new entrance of the zoo, which is about 2 years away, especially given with the passage of Measure C. And I'm not sure if the mayor wants to add anything else, but this is a huge investment to Central Fresno, and it's going to be a lot of work for all of us. But I think it's fair to say that we're going to take an all hands on deck approach to try and meet this 2-year deadline.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Arias. Totally agree. Our administration is committed to working with the Zoo Board in making sure that we meet whatever timelines there are. But I agree that we need to make sure that we are going in the same direction. I fully support what John is presenting in terms of a vision. How we get there is always going to be of a debate. And in terms of the parking garage, I don't think we can proceed with growing our zoo in a manner in which we desire without increasing our parking capacity, just as you mentioned about the airport. I think it would be incredible to have an aquarium out there at our zoo. And so we're going to do everything we can to partner with them and see how we pursue it and how far we can pursue the vision along the way. But again, we fully support it and we'll work with them. Again, it's going to be a council decision at the end of the day in terms of how that partnership looks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for coming forward and be fully transparent on the future plans of the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. It is something that a little girl made a commitment to save decades ago.
That's right.
And the residents of this county have continuously supported its investments, but it's been because the zoo has delivered better attractions, better exhibits, better educational programs, and now it's our hope to be able to build a Roding Park around the zoo to match the quality of the zoo. So thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Councilmember Carbasi, who's punched up on Zoom.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dolan, like Angel Ariano, who was the girl who spearheaded Measure Z, I was born and raised in the city, and the zoo has been a big part of my upbringing. I'm lucky my school was able to take me there, and the other kids, and my parents took me there. And whenever I go, I see the next generation over and over again, go to Storyland and Playland and the zoo. You know, I'm really glad to see what I saw today. I'm a little bit surprised because I feel like majority of the council wasn't really told about these things earlier, but I think there's a lot to move forward on. I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
In your comments, you talked about an aquarium and you said brought to you by people who could do it best. What did you mean by that?
Just that I think there's probably no one better situated than the staff at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo to care for these animals, to build these kinds of exhibits. I have a background, some of my other staff have a background. We have a great, what we call LSS, which is life support systems, which are the very complex infrastructure that supports aquariums. We have a terrific curator of life support systems now. And I think just between our veterinary staff and the expertise that many of our curatorial staff bring, we just bring a depth of knowledge and ability to care for and exhibit and tell the stories of these animals. And I just,
Right.
I'm always proud of our people, so I don't have any.
Okay, no, that helps. I'm curious. So the aquarium, would it be an indoor facility?
My intent is yes.
Okay, so I'm sure you're aware, there's a group, the Aquarium Group, they've been trying for years to build an aquarium. They tried it in Roding Park, they were told no, they're trying it now, they have a site in the county portion of Northwest Fresno by the San Joaquin River. So I received a letter from them, and they're claiming that when they approached the Chaffee Zoo years ago, when they were looking at Roding Park, they were told they can't because the city of Fresno is barred from, I mean, the reptile house may have been grandfathered, but they're barred from building indoor recreation facilities because you accepted federal funding from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Have you responded to them, or can I get a response to that? Is that correct, or are they mistaken, or how are you going to get around that regulation?
I have no idea. First of all, I don't know anything about that regulation, so I can't really speak to it. But I'm sure that we can look into it and figure it out, and perhaps we'll have to modify the design of the building. I honestly don't know at this point.
Okay, how can I get a response to that question? So you have not seen the letter from them, or no one in the zoo seen their letter?
They actually, representatives of that organization were at our last board meeting, and they mentioned that same thing. So we are looking into it, but we have nothing that says anything to that.
Okay. I think before we move forward, it's really important from a liability standpoint to get an answer to that question, because I don't want us to have to return federal funds and have to factor that in.
Of course.
And also, I would encourage Mayor, and I know this is kind of out of the blue, and our city staff to maybe reach out to some of the people in this community that have been working so hard to build an aquarium by a body of water. And maybe we can have the Chaffee Zoo locate out there, and we'd have more space for parking or for green areas. So I think there's a great opportunity for a partnership. I just really like it if we always talk about going out to the community. Well, there are people working passionately on this. Let's take your expertise and their fundraising ability and their work and the site they already have. Maybe we could do something together. But I think it'd be great if that was kept on the table.
Yeah, I'm completely open-minded about anything that will create this kind of experience.
Okay, so would you please get me an answer, my colleagues, about the potential, that response to their letter? I think it was called the LWCF. It's a 6F regulation. If that is correct, if we can in fact build that outdoor aquarium or not, indoor aquarium.
And just to be clear, we're not going to be building an aquarium in the next few years, so there is time to figure this out.
Sure, but I'd hate for them to be doing it and then us to be doing it when we could do it together in one site and save money and resources and do it the right way. Instead of being told last minute, you can't build it. Okay, thank you. And again, so many amazing things have happened at the zoo over my lifetime, and just the more incredible humane treatment of our animals. It's phenomenal. You guys are doing a great job.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No, really, thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, the item you were referring to, that is, I believe that was something that the city received in the past. So I think when the city attorney's office is evaluating the environmental docs, I think somewhere in the file there are discussions about that grant funding. So between us and the zoo folks, we'll make sure we get an answer to that question, but it may not be completely on the zoo.
Understood. I appreciate that, City Manager. Thank you very much.
Councilor Butterfield.
Yeah, Mr. Dolan, thank you for your presentation. Great presentation. Love the zoo. I think all of us do. I've raised my kids going to the zoo. They're older now, 30. Now they're going to take their kids to the zoo.
Exactly.
And you outlined very nicely about how you educate kids about wildlife and all of the exhibits. It's fantastic. I'm a supporter of the zoo. Most people are. I would be remiss in not addressing the family-friendly drag show. That I obviously opposed, and many in my district do. Churches did. We held a press conference about opposing it. I don't think that's appropriate. I know you may differ, obviously, because you held it, but I hope that we're not going to do that again. That's my hope. I understand there are groups that use the zoo, and I support that. But I don't think family-friendly drag shows for children is an appropriate thing. I think if there's a group, whether it's LGBTQ or churches or whatever, want to use the facility for an evening that they want to, I think that makes perfect sense. But family-friendly drag shows for children makes no sense to me.
I appreciate your point of view on this, sir. As I said at the time, it's part of our ongoing community outreach to lots and lots of folks. It's not a special treatment. It is actually our core commitment to reach out to all of our neighbors and get them welcomed and involved in the zoo's programs. So we'll always continue to try to get better. We evaluate every single event we do. But I think our commitment to that community and the other communities in the valley remains, and we'll certainly take everybody's viewpoint into account on that.
Well, again, drag shows for children is an inappropriate thing, and it sexualizes children, and they can dispute it all day long they want. It's not an appropriate thing for children to be at drag shows. So I hope you don't do that. I've spoken to members of your board. I appreciate your commitment to the zoo, and I know you're sensitive about what I'm saying and to what other people are saying. But I appreciate all that you're doing for the zoo, and I think it's a phenomenal thing. I've loved it since I've been here for over 40 years.
Well, thank you.
And I think you're providing great leadership, except in that one area. Thanks.
Almost got there.
Since we're doing work on progress,
Council Vice President
really
has
quick,
the,
can we
has the
just
floor.
also make sure you invite all of us to the safari?
Of course, of course.
Thank you.
I can only, yes. I apologize, that's on me. I should have realized that we didn't have everybody on the invite list.
Council Vice President?
Yeah, Mr. Dolan,
Yes.
just a closing comment. I just want to thank you for your vision and leadership the last couple of years. I think you've been doing a phenomenal job out there at the zoo.
Well, thank you.
I think what makes a good leader is to be open-minded and open-hearted to everybody in our community. I had a great time at some of the events you've put together earlier this year. No one forced me to go. I chose to go on my own accord. We live in a free society where you could choose to go to events or not go to events. I had a blast. I hope you keep it up because I think you're doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, 11:57. That is great timing. We'll be back at 1:30 for the remainder of the consent agenda. That'll be the last portion of the public meeting. All right, see you all at 1:30. All right, I think we got enough numbers now. We had? Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, let's get into the contested consent calendar. We'll go in order. The first one being 1B, and that was pulled by Councilmember, I think, Redfield.
Yes, I just wanted to know, we talked about parking fees, if parking fees are going to be a part of this equation, or they're not part of it yet, but they will be.
We're thinking about it. I would love for there to be parking fees, but we're not there yet.
Okay, so you don't know whether there will be or there will not be?
You mean are you talking about the parking lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now it's free.
Yeah.
And given the condition, we do need to do some work in that parking lot, and we're gonna need to maintain that parking lot. So having a revenue source to help pay for that would be great. But I know, obviously, I think that would be probably something that the residents would want to, be able to express their opinion on that. So we're not there yet, and I think we'll need to work with the council members for the district to have that discussion. So we're not doing it yet, but that's where I would like to go, but there's work to be done.
Good. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Arias?
I do have one question for staff on this. I know this resolution identifies the rent costs for the usage of the theater, but I haven't received an answer on what we're going to be requiring from tenants for liability and insurance coverage. Has that rate been set and that amount?
Yes, good afternoon. The insurance and indemnification requirements will be the same as for special events, and so those are actually attached to any potential event reservation form.
So is it going to be the same level of liability and insurance as they use for the Veterans Memorial Hall? Or is it going to be at the rate that is used for Sound Arena, Soaring Theater?
I'm unfamiliar with the variations of those venues, but what we did was we sent the potential reservation form along with the special events insurance requirements that are currently on our website to risk management, and they made the recommendation, and so that is what we're going with. And I'm so sorry, I don't know if perhaps someone is here from risk that can address the question.
I'll take my answer later, but we can get a memo on exactly what level of insurance and liability this Tower Theater tenants compared to Sound Arena, Soaring, Veterans Memorial. There's a huge difference when you have 10,000 people versus 500. So I want to make sure that doesn't become an affordability issue for people.
Understood.
Thank you.
We'll get that to you in a training.
And I just want to add, I think it'd probably be a good point of information to have. We're going to have the community meeting this next week. So I think so that the community understands what are going to be the true requirements, and so people can start thinking about the overall cost of using the facility. Thank you.
Council members, who from staff has been invited to your community meeting? I want to make sure we have the right people there that can answer those types of questions.
The city manager is being invited as we speak. And the mayor of Fresno is also invited. I know he has a lot of extra times in the evenings.
Okay, so we'll make sure we have appropriate staff there.
And then, city manager, we're also getting reports about a screen that was removed from the theater and disassembled. Any word on whether the movie screen was removed from the theater and
Yeah, Councilmember Soria asked me about that as we were walking out for the lunch break, and Ruthie checked. Do you want to give them the information, Ruthie?
Sure. So there was a temporary screen that has been installed and uninstalled based on the events. It's at the back of the stage wall. And I was informed today, and I also double-checked a video on YouTube just to make sure I knew what I was looking at. That screen has been permanently installed in the back there of the stage. So it is a very large, high-resolution screen that is about 2/3 of the size of the back wall.
Okay, so the screen is back on?
It is permanently on.
Great,
yes.
thank you. With that, we'll make a motion to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone else punched up. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
This is for item 1B. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bretteveld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, passes 7-0.
All right, let's move on to item 1F. Who pulled this item?
This item was pulled by Miguel Arias.
Councilmember Arias, you have the floor.
Like the principal just told on me. Just one question. Our Chief Technology Officer, this item references that we have, you're asking us to accept $500,000 in funding from the California Public Utilities Commission to do last mile infrastructure improvement projects. But you don't, the staff or the report does not identify what those projects are.
Yes, sir. It's Brian Horn, CIO for the city of Fresno. Right now, we're looking at a couple projects, and this is the first step. We're just accepting the money. What we're going to have to do is go out to RFP. You guys will see that RFP, and we'll make sure that it comes back to council for approval. We're looking at 10 community centers in the city, park slabs basically to pull them together and to get broadband there. And we're looking at 2 pilot projects for multi-dwelling units. We figured those were the best bang for our buck. And one of them's in District 3, the other's in District 5. It's a pilot project, and what we're going to get from this grant is a design. It's a shovel-ready design that can be taken anywhere to be implemented, either by another grant or by our partners that come through.
All right. Thank you. That's all the only question I had.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, I'm sorry, I just want to correct just a statement. RFPs do not come to the council because, we have a procurement process, and so we can certainly, as we get more information, we can inform you via tray memo, but the RFP will go out and we'll go through the normal RFP process. So I just wanted to correct that little
Yeah, we'll
statement.
follow the normal processes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
All right, clerk, please call the roll.
For 1F, motion to approve by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bretteveld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Congratulations, that was ISD's first ever grant and grant award. So $500,000, not bad for the first try.
Pretty good. All right, on to item 1G. This is pulled by Councilmember Bretteveld.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for city manager or staff. In this program, I believe it's for youth. It says, I think they have to be 18 or under to be in this program. It's not for adults. Is that correct?
For advanced piece?
Yes, the advanced piece portion.
Correct. So the age range that they submitted the application for is ages 9 through 17.
Okay. And it says actually 8 to 18 in your staff report, I believe. 25 at-risk youth ages 8 to 18.
Yeah, that could be an error in the scope of work in the contract. It clarifies that.
Oh,
Apologies
okay.
there.
Okay. And are any stipends being handed out to any of the participants?
No, that's not part of the grant funded program.
Okay. So this is a youth program, no stipends are being handed out. And city manager, your letter that you did in December raising concerns about advanced peace, and the police chief raising concerns, have those been adequately addressed?
I would say yes. That while this program has several elements of the advanced peace model, actually a lot of the elements, the issues that we were most concerned about with regard to the police chief, because this is a youth program, and because there is not that direct relationship with PD, and then we're fine. We think this is going to work out well. I think the more prevention and youth prevention also we have, the better. So our concerns have been addressed of this program.
Okay, and so that was my concern. So those have been addressed. This is a youth program. It is prevention of violence, along with the other programs which I support, and no taxpayer-funded stipends are being handed out to the participants, which has been an objection for me all along. I'm happy to support this today as well as the others and make a motion for approval.
I'll second that, Councilmember Bertafield.
Council Vice President, you're punched up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I don't need you up here if you would like to take a seat. Thank you, Shelby. We live in a time where you have to have one of two views, where we live in such a polarized time where a lot of times people think they accept one thing, they can't accept another thing simultaneously. I heard some comments this morning I totally disagree with. I totally don't buy into the idea that police don't prevent crime. That's a total falsehood. Anybody that's ever called the police because they've been in a life and death situation can and will attest to that. We've had a really difficult time with the low level of policing levels that we've had in our city, historical lows. We've made a lot of progress the last couple years with this administration and this council on hiring even more officers so that the police officers can do a better job at not just reacting to crime, but preventing crime as well. But I also don't buy into the notion that police should be on the hook and responsible for every single thing in our city related to crime. I lived in the Bay Area for 7 years, and I remember in 2015 driving home from work and hearing something on the radio about this new organization out of a place I'd go to a lot, Richmond, called Advance Peace, where they were sending people out to the streets to connect one-on-one with the youth and troubled neighborhoods to make sure that they were preventing crime before it ever took place. And people laughed at it. They thought it was the craziest thing that they had ever heard of. And after several years passed, we saw that crime went down in these neighborhoods, whether it was Stockton, whether it was Richmond. This was a model that was proven to work, and I was excited to hear folks like Advance Peace were moving to the city of Fresno. And I've supported them ever since they came and declared that they wanted to work with our community to reduce gun violence and reduce homicides in our city. Our proposal that we have in front of us today is a little bit of a different model than we've worked with in the past when it comes to Advance Peace, but I know that Advance Peace changes lives. I know that they save lives, and I know that they save our city taxpayer dollars by preventing these crimes, violent crimes, gun-related crimes before they ever take place. And so I think it's possible that we could accept both things, that the police in our city are doing a fantastic job. They'll do a better job if we're ever able to get up to the staffing levels that are required for a city of our size. But we could also have good folks like Focus Forward and Boys and Girls Club and Advance Peace out there helping our police officers with the difficult job that they have every single day. I think you folks have a proven track record, and I'll be more than proud to support this item today. So thank you for the service that you guys do to our community. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to follow up on, the comment that you made. City Manager, you said that there's no direct relationship, the program to PD. What does that mean? Because I thought that in order for this program to be effective, there has to be a direct relationship in the sense that they're working together collaboratively. I know that I've heard that there's been training happening where the officers are getting hours of training to work around this model. So I want to make sure that the program that we are talking about is working in a way that is collaborative with our police department. I know that there were obviously some concerns initially, but I would hope that, that rather they're saying no direct relationship, that there is, instead of saying no direct relationship, that there is a working relationship. So if you could clarify what it means to you or to your direction where you're saying there's no direct relationship.
Right. So the previous discussions about Advance Peace, the police department's involvement was a little more direct in that they were providing information to Advance Peace to help try and, to which Advance Peace would respond to try and prevent further violence. This is a Parks Department grant program. When I say there's no direct relationship, there is no direct partnership between the police department And I know we're just focused on advanced peace, but obviously we have a number of contracts that are all doing in the violence prevention world. Is there going to be, collaboration and cooperation as the police department does with many community organizations every day of the week? Yes. But is there a formal relationship between advanced peace and the police department? No.
My follow-up question is, I'd like to know in terms of the grant and how the grant was written and what is really the scope of and how that relation should be, because from my understanding, as a supporter of the program, is that there was I understand that this program is housed in the Parks Department. I don't think that when we did that, the intent was to say Parks is over here and police is over here. That's never been the intent. I think that when we think about prevention, we have to think about it in a holistic way, as I think Council Member outlined it very well. Yes, police play an incredible role in preventing crime, but we have a critical role that the community and the CBOs play as well to prevent. Could we maybe quantify it to the same level that the police officers prevent? Probably not, but I think that I'd like to really have a better understanding when we applied for these dollars, what was it that we spelled out in terms of the intent and the goals, and are we really going to meet them when we're saying there's no direct relationship?
Right. Hold on, Mayor, let me just finish my thought before it escapes me. So I think it'd be important to know what they applied for. They did not apply for that previous model. They applied for a different program. It's what they submitted, and it is focusing on youth and has, like I said, while there are similarities on the measurements of performance and how the staff is going to be allocated, it's different than the previous advanced peace model. So I know we'll let the mayor share his thoughts, but I know Shelby can go very specifically about what it is they applied for and what the scope of work involves. And I'll give you one major difference. In the main advanced peace model, their medal of measurement is reductions in violent crime. That is not what the measurements are in this program. So that's, I think, somewhat of a significant difference. I want to make sure you're clear that they did not apply for the same model. They applied for a different program, while similar but different. And then I'll let the mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. There's a difference in what it is in terms of communication, sharing of information, and relationships. There is a relationship between the police department and advanced peace. There's a relationship between the police department and Boys and Girls Club living in Fresno. Every one of the organization that's in here, our police department interacts with, so there is a relationship, and it is a cooperative relationship. I can tell you today that there are folks like, for example, Aaron Foster, who communicates with Andre Benson from the police department. That communication occurs on a weekly basis and sometimes more frequently when there's incidents of violence. However, the sharing of information is oftentimes what perhaps is debated in this session in terms of what's being shared, what's not being shared. There is communication, there is a working relationship that's occurring not only with Advanced Peace, but all these organizations. I think it gets lost in the fact there's 13 organizations that are being funded with the $1.5 million. Each of them fit a certain niche within our community that is needed, from prevention to intervention. And there's some that are dealing with trauma-informed counseling. There's some that are providing mentoring. There are some that are reaching African Americans. Some may be reaching the Latino population. But all of these 13 organizations working collectively together is what I think this award process has been a beautiful process. So I just wanted to say that, and I don't want there to be any misperception out there that there's no communication between the police and Advanced Peace or any organization. There is, and it happens on a daily basis, I know that I'm in communication with the police department as well.
So, and thank you for that. And you can understand when
Sure,
it's
I do.
said that there's no direct relationship. You know, my assumption's like, okay, they're working over here, PD's working over here, and so that's my impression. So I want to make sure that that's not what's happening.
I should have said no formal relationship. There's not a formal MOU paperwork, but there's always
Not
collaboration and
required as
cooperation.
part of the grant, but in the normal day-to-day operations, I speaking to Aaron earlier this morning, that communication occurs frequently.
And so was that, I guess, the intent of when it was applied? I guess I'm trying to understand. I know maybe I'm getting too much into the weeds and the details of it,
Yeah.
but I do want to make sure that the program is successful.
It will definitely, I know it's going to be, I know all 13 of these organizations, and I know all 13 of them are going to be successful, and all 13 of them are going to have a good working relationship with the police department and our parks department. And I think Shelby's done an incredible job of going through and working with the groups to make sure that we're going to be able to hold folks accountable. So I feel very good about all 13 of these, and I've been very hands-on. The city manager's been very hands-on in the oversight of this, and I want to just say thank you to the council for allowing this process and, in fact, encouraging this type of process to occur, to where I think we ended up getting a much better bang for the buck for the 1.5.
Yeah, no, and I think that it's incredible that we're able to fund a number of, CBOs that are doing preventative work in our community. And I applaud, all the organizations for what they're doing. I just did want to have a better understanding because I know that there were some, I think rightfully, some concerns with what had previously happened. And so I wanted to make sure I know that, and I don't know the details of the grant. I'm just, I guess would be accepting it, but I wanted to have a better understanding about, I know initially there was collaboration and, like you said, data sharing with the previous allocation. So you're telling me that that's not going to occur moving forward?
It's a different program. That's not.
So that was not written
This is
into
not
the grant? So that was not written into the
Yeah,
grant?
go ahead, Shelby.
Okay.
And so I want to remember, this is not CalVIP. This is our own Violence Intervention Prevention Initiative. So this is our own program. So Shelby, why don't you go ahead and.
Yeah, so this grant is one that we released a call for, and then agencies applied. EOC was one of them on behalf of their Advanced Peace program. They requested funding to serve youth and to do street outreach and their fellowship model. Street outreach can be thought of as a way to identify the fellows for that model, and many of the strategies that they outlined in their grant application and then their scope of work include identifying youth from partner agencies or even food distributions, having a pulse in the community to identify those youth and then move them into the fellowship model. So PD was not explicitly mentioned in their application, nor are they mentioned in the scope of work, other than in the grant contract we do require interviewing of the street outreach professionals for anyone funded for street outreach. So this follows the AP model very closely. There are some differences, but it acts with fidelity to what they're trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Arias? You're punched up?
The discussion just reminded me that when we last discussed this, I requested for a memo and clarity on what authority the police chief has to enter into data sharing agreements informally. Because my understanding was only the council can approve data sharing agreements. So I know this one doesn't include data sharing, but there's been references. Do we know who we have data sharing agreements with between the police department and external agencies?
Rena, did you guys look at this? I can't remember what the answer was.
I believe we provided you with an answer, and we gave you
Was
the
there a list of
information.
organizations?
Yeah, I can locate that and
Can you
resend
read
it to you.
Perfect. Thank you. And does the police chief have authority to enter into those agreements, or must they be approved by the council?
I believe that they would come before the council, but we would need to confirm how they each were individually approved.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, President. Thank you, my colleagues, for those questions. I've been a supporter of the program from the beginning. In previous conversations with Aaron, I saw him earlier. Aaron, thank you for the work that you've been doing. I was also a little bit concerned about the issues that happened earlier in the program, but I know that the actions of one or two individuals is not reflective of the overall organization's goals and its mission. I know you guys do that work. It's not easy work. It's very difficult work. And I've actually seen the results of the work that they've been doing in diffusing situations out in the streets that have the potential to hurt our community even more. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the workers, the folks that have been doing this very difficult job in our community. I think there's going to be a need for more of that in the future. And I say that in a way where it's not necessarily a good thing, because we know that there are a lot of young people out there that are still hurting themselves, hurting their community, and we need to stop that. And I think this is one method of doing that. I think, you know, the folks at Advanced Peace have an opportunity to, you know, reduce the amount of shootings, to reduce the amount of murders in our city. And I think it's, in a way, kind of a microcosm of a social experiment. Can these preventative programs work? Can they stop the violence that's occurring in our street? Can they stop innocent bystanders from getting hurt in our community? As many of you know, that actually happened in Southeast and happened recently. And you know, the hurt that we see in our families is something that no community should go through. So I just want to say I wish the program well. I wish it to be successful. And I'm look forward to working with you guys, because I know that the number of shootings will sadly probably go up. And so the amount of pressure that I know that you folks feel out there in the streets, because you see it. Us as policymakers, we see numbers and statistics and data, but you guys see that on a daily basis out in the streets, and I think that's commendable. And I want to publicly thank you. Aaron, you and I have worked on a couple of issues in our communities, Southeast, Southwest. We're all one community, and we need more preventative programs. And I think this is one of the tools in the toolbox. So I'm saying all this to one, encourage you, but to also ask you to, you know, bring us back some of that data that can actually help us make the case for additional funding in the future. So with that, thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I start coughing, I'll just go offline. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Just to the mayor and staff, this is the best item we have on the agenda today. I know there's a lot of important business, but this is such a great effort to do multi-pronged approach to be proactive in our community, especially stopping violence and increasing more opportunities for goodness. I want to give you full credit, Mayor, for that. This is just fantastic. The conversation has drifted a little bit in talking about Advanced Peace. So I just wanted to chime in, especially because there was a recent article in the Fresno Bee where one of the members of this body made several statements as if he was speaking on behalf of the council. And I'm always wary about that. I try to never do that because I'm one of 7 and we are a collaborative body. And there were 2 specific points made about the level of support and the data from Advanced Peace proving that we should continue supporting, because I believe that there's still questions about the fact that shootings have gone up and what data is actually out there. And I agree with Councilmember Chavez. We want to get that data so we can make the best decision possible. And I look forward to that. Now, I wasn't initially going to support Advanced Peace when it first came forward, and I met with Aaron Foster and the entire group, and they convinced me it's a small investment, let's give it a chance. and I supported it. And I don't regret having made that decision. The problem is, I did that despite the warning from Chief Hall that it's very dangerous to share intel in this environment. But I did it. And I think that there's a lot of hope for the program. Unfortunately, as was reported in the media, some of that information may have been used as part of a federal operation to aid and abet criminal activity. And what I don't want is in any way the policy of this council as an individual or our great police department and the brave men and women we have working to protect people, that information to be used to choose sides in any gang violence or any gang wars. Now, excuse me, this morning's meeting, we had the mother of a 17-year-old victim of a crime, of a hit and run that was fatal at Hoover High School. And I want you to understand why I'm such, I'm such a hard ass when it comes to public safety, because the image of the moms and dads and the kids and the brothers and sisters that are left behind after a violent crime, that's what's in my head. And oftentimes it's the people that are economically vulnerable, the people from our minority communities that get hit with crime over and over again. That's just what the data shows. And I want to make sure anything we support helps and isn't used. So I know this is not a part of this particular item. Everything seems to be very kosher and good, and I'm glad Advanced Peace is a part of this for youth prevention. But I just want some assurances, because I know a lot's being said. I want assurances from the administration, if you can do that now, and the police department. Maybe it will come back to the council, but I want to make sure we are not sharing any intel with any organization without properly doing background checks and vetting to a point for everybody, to a point that we can be confident sharing that information. Because I don't want to have to answer to the mother of a kid that's killed because we in any way shared information that was used to help one side or another.
Council member, yeah, that I can assure you that from the police chief's perspective, when his responsibility is to for the public safety of our community, as is all electeds, and I can assure you he's not going to do anything to jeopardize that. And I want to, I'm very linear when I speak sometimes. I'm very, I think in lines, and so I want to make sure and go back to what the mayor said and clarify. I didn't want to imply that the police department is never going to talk to them. That's not what I was trying to imply. I was trying to apply in this program what they apply. There's, it's a little bit of a different program opposed to the CalVIP and the other programs that are where the measurement was violent crime, where they were getting crime stats. So because these are measuring different things, they're measuring the interactions with youth. It's different. But I didn't want to imply that there's not going to be any communication. Yes, of course, they're not going to say we can't talk to you because you're not part of this. Of course not. I was much more linear with this specific program because it's youth and because they're focused on other aspects of the program. It's a little bit different. We do definitely need to go back and get clarity on the data. To make sure that we are apples to apples, making sure that Berkeley has the right data for when they're doing measurements on the other program. But you will see in the scope of work for this program, the measurements are far different. They're, how many youth did you serve? How many were referred to anger management or services? It's more along those lines than the reduction in violent crime. And so obviously we know the more interactions that we're having with youth and interventions, then the reductions will follow. So I can assure you that the chief is not going to do anything to jeopardize public safety. And that is a little bit of why, we got to where we are today, but I can assure you, I know that Advanced Peace is keeping in contact with the chief and his team and, trying to get to a point where they can, mend any fences that had, been, not knocked down, but, had a little bit of damage done to them. So I know they're trying to get to a place where there is, perhaps where they were before, they're not there yet, but the chief is not going to release information that's going to, I think, he's very passionate about it, so that's just not going to happen, but we do see the value in the work that Advanced Peace, the youth program that they have submitted for, we have vetted very carefully. One thing about Shelby McNabb is she is very detail-oriented, down to, and I'm sure the committee who was helping us on this could tell how far into the weeds she was on this proposal to make sure that we were very clear on what the scope is and what the measurables are. So that's what this program is about, and that's what we'll be holding Advanced Peace to on this program, and we'll continue to do work on the other programs.
Yeah, and City Manager, thank you for taking my calls earlier about this week. I think you were very clear on it. I don't want to give the impression, and I want Chief Balderrama to know, I'm very confident in what he and the department are doing. And then bad things happen. I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's all. But I really appreciate the work you and the administration have done. I'm glad in this way Advanced Peace is a part of this program, because this is a good way to do it. The measurables are very different, and I think they can have positive results. And we can keep the community safe in the meantime. So thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Clerk, do you have a motion yet? All right, let's call the roll.
All right. 1G, motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Unanimous support. Guess who was right?
All right, let's move on to item 1H. This will be by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. If I can have someone from staff come up, since they're their sponsor.
Good afternoon, Council Jennifer Clark, Planning and Development. I also have Paul Zhu from ISD in case we have specific questions about the contract. And then I have Melissa Almaguer from who is our parking manager, who can answer questions as well.
Okay. So to clarify, is there any other wireless provider that uses this garage and we have a contract with them?
Yes, in the staff report, it identifies that we do have an additional agreement on the Garage 7, which is also known as the Spiral Garage. AT&T has a lease on this particular garage that goes, the first lease goes from 2017 through 2042. And there's an additional lease for that goes through 2029, I believe.
This is with which company?
That's with AT&T.
It goes through, excuse me, 20, it expires in 2029?
The first one, the longer one expires in 2042.
2042, okay. So I'm just confused because this is it seems like it's a similar service, so we're extending it with T-Mobile, and it's only going to be for another year, or till 2024. Is that correct?
No. So the agreement that's before you today is a 20-year extension of an agreement that was signed by the city in 2002. So it would run through 2042, essentially the same year.
Okay, then I'm misunderstood then. So you're saying that in the case of T-Mobile, they will be going till 2042?
This particular request. So staff recommends that the city enter into a second amendment to the T-Mobile lease, which is for 20 years. It's 4 5-year terms ending October 27th, 2042.
Council member, I think but your council colleague made a motion that is different than staff recommendation. So Jennifer is speaking to staff recommendation.
Oh, I understand. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, that helps. Can I get someone from T-Mobile? Oh, thank you, Director. I appreciate that. Can you get someone from T-Mobile up here? I don't know who's there. I'm sorry, I'm up there.
They're coming up. There's two of the folks who spoke earlier.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello.
Hello, I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. I don't want to give the city manager my cough. She's sits next to her. So, um, so just to clarify, I'm assuming that you're in favor of staff's recommendation. I'm assuming you're opposing the proposal that we will limit the contract to 2024?
Yes, we
Okay.
want to go along with staff's recommendation.
Okay. So, someone this morning, you had a lot of speakers. Someone mentioned the impact it will have to area schools and beyond. Can you talk about those impacts?
Yeah, so currently, we brought up this morning, Project 10 Million, which is a project that we work with the Fresno Unified School District, and we've released 8,000 devices to the Unified School District to serve underserved communities so that they're able to get broadband services to school children within Fresno Unified School District.
Okay. I don't have a particular bone in the fight, so I'm just going to ask you a question, and it's about one of your competitors. Is there a reason why AT&T will get a longer deal than T-Mobile? Do you have any? I'm just curious. Do you have any comments on what's going on here?
So my understanding is the other carrier that's there, their agreement also is to 2042, and we're asking for the same amount of time with this amendment.
Okay. I think that's really, I'm sorry, all I have. Thank you very much. So I'd like to hear from Councilmember Arias why he's limiting T-Mobile. I don't feel comfortable treating one company different than the other. I don't understand why, but maybe he has a reason. So I'm not going to support it with the amendment.
Thank you, Member Carbasi. If you're done, I'll be happy to
Yes, sir.
give you my rationale. Sure.
Yes, sir.
So let me start off with a couple of clarifying points. My amendment does not terminate service for any T-Mobile customer. So I want to be crystal clear about that. First, as you all know, federal law requires cities to approve any telecommunications tower antenna. This council just approved a new tower antenna in downtown Fresno 2 weeks ago. Federal law also requires that cities make their intersection lights available for 5G network and telecommunications antennas, which this city has. So that's federal law. We're required to on intersections, and we're required to approve towers, even though when the neighbors complain. About a year or two ago, the neighbors in Northwest Fresno complained about a Verizon tower, and this body was required to approve it, even against the objections of Member Carbasi, who was fighting for the concerns of his constituents. The federal law or state law does not mandate that we accommodate these towers or antennas on public facilities. That is an option for us. This particular tower is correct. 20 plus years ago was made available to AT&T and T-Mobile, or the company prior to T-Mobile. This particular tower sits in a historic district, Fulton Street. The historic district's anchor building for the historic district is a spiral garage. It's not just any other government building. It is a spiral garage. This spiral garage, a few months ago, had some graffiti painted on there, reported by GB Wire. It took the city approximately 9 months to remove the graffiti, given the height of the tower. This tower also required us as a city to give up parking spots, to have chain link fences, to have razor wire coverage on these parking garages, protecting the electronic equipment and the valuable equipment that these towers are powered by. Additionally, in the spiral garage in particular, my office intends to seek a historic designation of the spiral garage, given its significance architecturally and to the city's history and its role as an anchor building for the historic district, all of which I have communicated to T-Mobile in meetings and communicated to a third-party supplier of their system. So it is, what's before us today is a T-Mobile agreement. In 2014, the city did provide another 20-year lease to AT&T. That agreement is not before us today. Instead of simply not approving this agreement and forcing T-Mobile to remove their equipment from our buildings overnight, my amendment would allow them to remain there for 2 years, which is 4 times the sufficient period to find a new location to continue to provide service coverage for its customers. As I indicated, We just approved a humongous antenna in downtown Fresno with additional capacity to go under construction. There are several buildings within 100 feet of the Spiral Garage that are available and also are free to be used for placement of these antennas. It is my belief that the city should not be using historic buildings for the placement of these antennas. It's not in our best interest, and it is an option for us to engage in. And just to finalize this point, I also want to make it clear for the public, T-Mobile in 2019 generated $45 billion in profit. In 2020, $70 billion in profit. In 2021, $80 billion in profit. The letter that you sent to us referencing coverage insinuates that the schools you listed would not have any reception, or and that others would not have access to calling 911 if this antenna is not placed at this exact location. That is not the case. My amendment would simply provide you 2 years of advance notice to begin the process to identify a new location that is not the Spiral parking garage to provide coverage to your customers in downtown Fresno, a legal obligation that the company has and one that the company can clearly financially afford given its $80 billion of profits in 2021 alone. So my motion is to give the applicant 2 years on the lease to find an alternative location to provide service to their customers, knowing that there are plenty of options in downtown Fresno for these antennas to be placed. Also knowing that if T-Mobile chooses to build its own tower in downtown Fresno, the law mandates that we approve such a tower to ensure connectivity of everyone. So that's my rationale, council member. I was not here in 2014 when the council approved AT&T. I also want to point out that the contract is written, which, as you know, staff negotiates these agreements without council, but council ultimately has to approve. As written, the contract does not allow us any termination clause. Let me say it differently. The only termination clause the council, this contract as drafted allows is if the building is sold, then T-Mobile has 180 days to replace their equipment or to move their equipment. When we get to discussions about making parking free potentially at regional parks, we get told that a vendor contract that we previously approved requires a significant payout, that past agreements limit our ability to move directions. This garage was not designed to host, a significant infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure on top. That's why it has to be chain link fence and razor wire fence around it to protect it. It's in my view that these equipment belongs in other places, not in a Spiral garage. It's my belief that the company, T-Mobile, has a financial and the legal ability to simply find a new location within the vicinity. And we have offered in our office to connect them to property owners within 100 feet, both private and public, to accommodate their replacement to that site. And of course, offer them 2 years to be able to accommodate such a move. So nothing against T-Mobile. I'm sure you're a great company like AT&T, Verizon, and all the others, but I don't believe that the law mandates us to accommodate you in a public building, much less in one that we, at least in our office, intend to pursue historic designation given the role that it plays in the historical district. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the contract with the 24-month extension.
Second that. And I have Councilmember Chavez. Councilor Carbasi, you still have the floor. You want to go for it?
Luis, you okay if I ask a question? Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, and it could be Councilmember Arias or staff that answers this. So is it currently a historic building?
No, council member, it is in a historic district, and the historic district, it's a historic Fulton's district.
But, okay, understood. But
yeah, it's not,
like
to your question,
okay.
it is not a historic building, but we intend to initiate a historic preservation designation.
Even if it was though, like the Memorial Auditorium has antennas. I think the Security Bank or Pacific Southwest building has antennas. I mean, it doesn't preclude it from having antennas. This is just a preference. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, understood. That's all I have. Sorry.
Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Arias, as you know, we always defer to the council member of the area, and I'm very respectful of that. I just want a point of clarification. So your concern with the antennas being there is that you have plans for designating the building into a historic landmark or building, or what is it that you're looking
Sure.
at?
There are three primary. One is we intend to pursue historic designation. Two is that the arrangement currently takes several parking spots in the parking lot, which that parking lot is the future plans to accommodate all the housing on Fulton Street. And including the parking spots, it requires fencing and security. And third, when we had graffiti in the exterior of the tower itself of the thing, it took months and a street closure to be able to remove the graffiti because it's pretty high up there. It's a very unique place that requires quite a bit of staff work to be able to address any damage or vandalism when it occurs to the building or to the equipment.
And when do you plan on bringing forward the official process for turning that into a historic?
Our office intends to initiate the process in 90 days.
90 days, okay. And then related to that, when we referenced earlier, AT&T has a current lease on there. What would happen to that lease if we designated this as a historic building?
I am unclear because we haven't looked at AT&T's lease from this perspective yet. I know it was improved in 2014, but we have not reviewed it since it's not up for renewal. But that would be a legal question that we'd have to resolve before we get there.
Yeah, and the only issue I have with that is I just want to make sure that we're treating one company the same as the other. And that's really the only concern I'm trying to kind of flesh out. So maybe City Attorney, what would be the process for that?
We would need to pull the AT&T lease to see when it ends. I don't know if Jennifer Clark could speak to that if she was aware of
And Councilmember, to your question, my intention is not to have any antennas there, including AT&T's. We just haven't gotten to that point yet because they're not before us. But my intention is to have the parking garage free of exterior private antennas so that we don't have to have, fencing, gating, and parking lots to equipment.
Okay. All right. No. And I'm looking at, for the city manager, when we do these long-term leases, and the reason I'm bringing this up is, God, 20 years ago, I don't think everybody had a cell phone or, all this equipment. So maybe that's a question for the company. What does T-Mobile or other service providers intend? Because I'm seeing the technology change quite a bit in the market, right? Before we used to have these large antennas, now we have these RAD, smaller compartments. What does that kind of look like in the future for, service providers to have the capacity of bandwidth and broadband that, is always increasing on a daily basis?
Yeah, so I think that each company does their technology different. I've been in the industry 17 years, in particular in planning and other areas, and over my tenure in this business, the antennas have changed and the different systems actually have to play together. They're not independent. So in some cases, you might see what is called a small cell that has a smaller range. You might see a DAS in a venue, and then the macro site, which is before you today, is a larger site that covers a longer or bigger area and penetrates in building coverage. It really depends on the technology that comes forward. And as you guys are all aware, we're at 5G right now. Probably, when we all were doing it many years ago, it was at 2G, right? So we're at 5G now, and I expect that we'll see 6G and 7G in the future. Unfortunately, because technology changes so often, I don't know at this moment what it'll look like in the future. So that's the best answer I can provide to you.
Yeah, and the reason I'm bringing that up is if you go to large cities, for example, gentleman mentioned that he's from the Bay Area. San Francisco is piloting, driverless vehicles that will require a lot of these cell phone towers. So what are other cities doing that are a little bit ahead of us in the technology world, so to speak?
That's a great question for me because I've actually worked in San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Central Valley and Sacramento. So all of California I have managed over my tenure here at T-Mobile, and I also used to work for AT&T. So I can tell you that in cities like, LA, if we want to talk about, or San Francisco, a lot of the technologies for smart cars, IoT, and other things are also operating on our network. And earlier you heard a lot of people speak on broadband. So now T-Mobile's also operating broadband off of our network, right? So people are able to get their broadband services through carriers, which is also utilizing towers to provide those services.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Council President. In my time.
Yeah, City Manager.
I just wanted to clarify a couple things. First of all, Councilmember Arias, the graffiti that you mentioned, that is not where the communications facilities are located. That's the elevator shaft where the graffiti.
It's right underneath it. The graffiti was right underneath the antennas. I can show you the photos.
Okay, well,
It's the same physical wall.
We're just looking at the diagrams of where the graffiti was and where the equipment was, and we're showing that they were in a different location. There's other carriers' equipment, but not T-Mobile's equipment. So I just want to clarify that. Second, I just sent the lease to the city attorney's office, but I can tell you that the AT&T lease, the termination provisions are A through E. The only landlord provision of terminating is if there's a default. Everything else, the termination is at the benefit of the tenant. So I would.
So you're telling me that we negotiated a really bad deal?
Well, those were the deals of the time. I mean, at the time, that's how these deals were negotiated.
Yeah,
So
absolutely understand. And just know that since then, we've now made every intersection light in the city essentially available for antennas.
I understand. I just was trying to respond to Councilmember Chavez, who was interested in trying to keep this, keep everybody on the same playing field. So if we're looking to keep it on the same playing field with the other carrier, then I would suggest that we take the time to look at and make sure that we are being fair and not having one company, be required to relocate. And I want to acknowledge this is absolutely within your jurisdiction. There's no law requiring this to happen. So that's why it's before you, because it is within your jurisdiction. But I would suggest that if we want to be fair, that we give the attorney the opportunity to look and confirm what I'm reading, which is termination provisions very strongly favoring the tenant on the other lease.
Just want to be careful, City Manager, with the Brown Act. The AT&T lease is not before us, so I don't want to go too deep into negotiating terms with another tenant.
Well, okay, got it. Councilmember Chavez, that was more for you, if anyone.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone else punched up. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'd like to, from staff, what is your argument against or differing than Councilmember Arias? He's wanting to do a 2-year deal, you're wanting to do much longer. What's your position? What's the argument against what he's proposing?
Well, I'll let Jennifer, but we support staff recommendation is to have this term run the same path as the other provider to keep a level playing field and to be fair. That's staff's recommendation, which is a longer term than what the council member is recommending. And while I understand the council member wants to pursue historic designation, I don't think these are mutually exclusive. There's nothing that says that you can't put these types of facilities or have these types of facilities on historic buildings. We could still designate it, likely go down that path, and I'm not sure that this would preclude that, but I'll let Jennifer, who's the expert on that, speak.
In terms of the question of why 20 years is better, so in this particular case, we looked at the location of the facilities now. The improvements are going to be made to the facilities. Again, they are on the elevator shaft. They're not, in T-Mobile's case, it is not an antenna on top of the building. These are facilities on the side of an existing elevator shaft. Provides coverage to our downtown area. But in the GSM bandwidth, which is different from what AT&T covers. So it would reduce coverage within our downtown area as a reflection of our operations for parking. Whether the facilities are there or not, we still could have graffiti. We still could have challenges within our parking garage. There are two parking spaces that are being utilized by their internal, essentially, it's like a shelter for their facilities in the site, and we didn't believe that caused enough of a concern. The lease amount is based on a formula that was provided in the staff report by ISD, and I'm sure Paul could go through that if that was needed. But it really is a service to our downtown and to our area. It is a facility that already exists. It won't change dramatically the look of the side of the building. And so, you know, a 20 years for this kind of investment makes sense rather than a two-year extension of the agreement. But again, up to the council to make that determination.
Let me ask him. So you said something about reduce operations. Were you talking about if these facilities were moved, it would reduce operations?
Yes, so if you look either in the staff report or in the presentation that was provided with the coverage areas for T-Mobile, there it shows what happens to the coverage area for this particular bandwidth for the carriers that are listed in their agreement. So current coverage is this map here. If it's removed in its entirety, there is a hole in coverage. So they would need to identify another location, otherwise there would be dropped coverage in this area.
Okay. And the fact, Councilmember Arias says he would like this to be a historical site, that in no way, to your understanding, precludes having those equipment there?
No, so there are many historic sites across the country that have cell facilities. They are considered temporary in nature. And if you actually look at the DPR form, which is one of the exhibits, it has the original, which was done in 2011. It shows the original cell facility that T-Mobile had on the site at the time is in that DPR form. So it was considered to be eligible for listing even with that facility on the side of the building at the time in 2011.
And when was the AT&T renewed?
The lease was signed initially in 2014. It was renewed in 2017, and it will go for 25 years, beginning in 2017 through 2042.
Okay. And that equipment that we renewed, where is that specifically?
So it's adjacent and on the roof. So there is an actual tower on the roof as for AT&T as well. But they have facilities in. It's Exhibit B to the agreement. It actually shows the two carriers. In the dark shading are the T-Mobile cell facilities on the side of the elevator shaft, and on the white outlined boxes, those are the AT&T
Right,
facilities.
so it's the same site.
They're same site, yeah.
And we gave them 25 years on that.
And beginning in 2017, yes.
Right. So, Councilmember, help me understand then the importance to you of moving them. I mean, we have, and I know you explained it, but if it's a historical site, that was one of the arguments, but you don't have to remove these facilities or this equipment.
Yeah.
And if we gave AT&T 25 years and they're at the same site, it does seem like it would be unfair to now require them to leave. Help me understand your point.
I'll tell you a couple things on this journey of figuring out antennas. And this all came to mind over the graffiti on the exterior of the garage tower. It took, I think, staff total of 9 months from when the graffiti went up to when it was actually removed, because it required closure of the road, a lift, 9 months, and I have it tracked. It wasn't until GV Wire did a story that within a few weeks they were able to get all the equipment to remove the graffiti. Initially, I was told that these antennas contracts where all the revenue was going to the garage to make improvements, and that's how they justified these contracts when they were initiated. I've since learned that the revenue actually goes to a general fund, so it doesn't remain in the garage. That's why if you've been to a garage, there hasn't been any physical improvements in that place in a few years, to be kind. Then when we went through the process of why are these, antennas in our buildings, why there? Because they're of significant value. That's why they're heavily protected, and they take up parking spots. We started to identify that these were agreements that were made a long time ago. To the question of parity, AT&T was given 25-year agreements, so they've now had it for 30 years, all the way through. In my view, aesthetically, they don't match what the building should reflect on Fulton Street. Secondly, that garage is all the parking that we have for all the future housing in downtown Fresno. At some point, we're going to be maxed out on parking, and we're going to need those parking spots. The way these contracts are written, the city cannot terminate the contracts when they're in place unless they decide to go bankrupt and leave one day. We're going to be very limited to take back those parking spots when we desperately need them for housing in downtown Fresno, which as a city, we're making a ton of investment to get that housing. So I felt it's time, now that the renewal process is here. T-Mobile used to be a small company. Now they have the highest profits of any telecommunication company in the country. They have the means and the ability to simply locate an antenna within 100 feet of the existing tower and still ensure that there's no coverage. That's why I was being thoughtful of giving them 24 months extension to have sufficient time to relocate their equipment. And it's my hope that, we proceed in that way, because it's the right thing to do for an area that's going to be downtown housing. Additionally, this is after we just made all our intersection lights essentially available for telecommunication companies to put up their antennas. There was an RFP process. I think Verizon and AT&T responded to that. But as a city, we are making more spots available for telecommunication equipment, not less. So I felt it was the best way to go.
Question, in terms of the fees, Councilman Arias is saying, do none of the fees that we collect go to improving the garages at all?
Indirectly, yes. So there is revenue from this agreement. It increases over the term of the agreement, but about $17,000 a year. $17,000 a year will provide some maintenance and upkeep on the garage, but it's not a measurable amount of dollars that's going to make a large impact. It's not going to replace a major infrastructure.
But Director, doesn't that money go to the general fund?
It is general fund dollars in the parking budget, yes. So it's revenue that's booked in parking, but as you know, as soon as COVID hit, so in fiscal year 2020, parking budget was in the black until 2020. So it is subsidized by the general fund, but that revenue is booked in.
But unlike fire inspection fees that
It
go back to a fire
not
department.
a direct pay for service.
Got it. Thank
like
you.
a permit, right?
So what will, Jennifer, what will we receive each year for the contract?
Right, so for the term of the contract, the license has a base rent of $17,500 per year, beginning effective next month, and there is a 15% escalation rate each 5-year term. So over the course of the agreement, it's a little over $430,000 over the term of the agreement for this particular contract.
For the 20 years?
For the 20 years.
Okay, yeah, not a lot of money.
Right.
When you think about it, is this equivalent to also what AT&T?
Yes, and I apologize that the chart did not print terribly well in the book or in the staff report, but Paul can explain how the calculation is done specifically for all of our contracts. We actually list a number of contracts that the city has with cellular providers throughout the city at through Parks Facilities, parking facilities, and it shows that currently our agreement with AT&T is $12,000 a year, and with T-Mobile is at $12,814 a year, and there is a 7.5% increase every 5 years for AT&T as well. So it's based on a formula on the amount of space that's used, and Paul, if you wanted to explain how that formula works.
Good afternoon, Council. Paul Zoe from the ISD department. The way the calculation, the estimate of the value of this lease space is, we go through a process. We identify the potential number of customers to this carrier, to all the carriers, in fact, within a 2.5-mile radius. So we identify the population. In this case, it's about 103,000 customers. We identify the number of households in the 2.5-mile radius, along with the median income. And it plays into that because the more disposable income there is, the greater likelihood of multiple devices that they carry. Along with that, we identify, can they relocate somewhere else without an impact to their current coverage? And so those criteria, we plug into the formula. We go through and do extensive research through the FCC, through the Census Bureau statistics, and put that into our formula, and it's spit out the $17,500 that you see before you.
And I don't know if you do an analysis whether the cities, are other cities getting this amount of money? I don't care about their profits. Congratulations on the profits. We want everybody to make money. The issue for me seems kind of low. I don't know. I've never looked at these kinds of numbers. Do we know what are other cities comparable to the kinds of things we're getting on this?
So in terms of the private sector, you buy a home, everybody knows how much you bought it for. The carriers slap a NDA on you, a non-disclosure agreement, if you're in the private sector side. We reached out to our public agencies, the County of Fresno. What are they getting? Are we getting the right amount? And through negotiations, we actually required them, if you're saying we're too high or too low, let us know. How did you come up with your formula versus ours? And we update ours from there. So.
Okay. Yeah, it seems low to me. But I'm not in the field. I don't know. It seems like we're providing them a great service to be able to put up their towers, which benefits, obviously, their customers. I like the idea of keeping it there only because it shows, apparently, that if we move them, there will be a lack of coverage. We don't want customers not to be covered, so that's a concern for me. But I do wonder, and I guess there's no way to really know because of the NDAs, should it be higher?
All we could get from is our other public agencies that, because of PRA, we're able to get the information from them.
Okay. So, I appreciate, Councilman Arias, your points. I listened to them very seriously. But I don't think I can support them because one is being fair to the other carrier and not treating this carrier differently than the other. And the other thing that's, I think, a bigger point for me is just the lack of coverage that will exist if they're moved. And so I can imagine the calls that we might be getting if that becomes a problem. I appreciate your point. I understand you want to turn this into a historical site. That doesn't preclude the towers from being there. So I'm more in favor of supporting our staff on this one.
All right, finally, nobody's punched up. Let's take a vote.
All right, this is the vote on 1H by Councilmember Arias, second by Council President Esparza, with the amendment for it to expire October 27th, 2024. Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
No. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
That passes 4-2.
All right, folks, 1J, let's get this done in a few minutes, get this public portion done before 3 p.m.
We do have to get Councilmember Soria back in here real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, let's start on 1J. We'll get her back in. Who pulled 1J, clerk?
She did.
Oh, she did, okay, I see.
Sorry.
Now I
did.
understand the urgency of having her.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
All right, we're on 1J, Councilmember Soria, you pulled it.
Thank you. Andy, I know that you provided some information to me over the last 24 hours. So I just wanted to make sure, and I had pulled this originally because I wanted to make sure that the item before us does include the conditions that were set when we had originally approved the annexation. And so you mentioned that you went back to look at the conditions, and you told me, I think via email, that those conditions will be met when the final maps are adopted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and because one of the concerns that I had is I think the map that was attached didn't seem to include one of the conditions of the open space requirement or the open space condition. So I just wanted to make sure that that doesn't impact the final.
The conditions for the open space will still be included. This is a CFD just strictly for police and fire, so it doesn't really deal with the open space. So we will be back with the CFD for maintenance of all the open space.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure though that, because in the attached documents, it didn't include the map reflecting the, you know.
I think what was included was the original tentative map, didn't include your condition of approval.
Okay.
And so it's not the final map. So the final map will include the additional park space in the dog park.
So today, for the record, I'm not approving any of those maps, right? Those are
You are
just
not.
so that you guys could show the area, and then when the final tentative map comes,
That
it
is
will
correct.
include.
We'll be back with a final map as the developer gets it ready. They were a little bit slowed down because the market is cooling off, but I'm
Okay.
sure we'll be back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'd make a motion to approve.
Second that, Councilmember Soria.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld, are you punched up on this item? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Andy, question for you. So this public, this tax, in a sense, for the new development, wherever there's new development in the city, these homeowners would then have a special assessment that would specifically geared for public safety.
Yes, what is before you today is formation of the district, and the district is citywide, but we're only annexing 2 tracts in, both west of 99, both in District 1. So right now, it's not a citywide tax, it's just an assessment for those 2 neighborhoods, no other neighborhoods. We will be back to annex in additional subdivisions that are in the unfavorable tax sharing areas of 3862. So any development that occurs in the more favorable tax sharing area that's 50-50 would not be required to annex into this CFD.
Okay, so is this to counter the tax sharing agreement where you feel that we're not getting enough benefit from that agreement to fund police and fire?
That is correct. City staff did a conceptual analysis when the annexation was first proposed, and our conclusion was that these new developments were not revenue neutral. From that, also the consultants working for the developers did their own analysis and came to similar conclusions. So we hired a firm that specializes in a physical analysis, NBS. They did a very thorough analysis, and their conclusion was that these new subdivisions are not revenue neutral if they're in the 6832 tax sharing area. Now, it does vary depending on the price of the home, because the property tax is the main contributor from these new subdivisions. So a more expensive home pays a much larger property tax. A lower priced home pays less. So it does vary, but this has been set to establish a fixed rate that doesn't depend on the value of the home, because we felt that was the fair way to do it. This also would be applied to multiple family projects. They are also not revenue neutral, but the physical analysis that was done did determine that commercial properties are revenue neutral, even with the 6832. And there's several reasons, but primarily their property tax is higher. They also have less calls for service. So both industrial and commercial properties are revenue neutral from this analysis, our determination.
But people pay property taxes, and that is generally what is supposed to fund our public safety.
Yes, and sales tax. So there's a pretty thorough analysis of all the funds that come in to help fund our general fund. I mean, it looks at everything from sales tax, property tax, goes even past that to TOT, the temporary occupancy tax, even includes the cannabis revenue that we get. So it's pretty thorough analysis of all the revenue that we do receive.
But my hesitation on this is people are paying property taxes, sales taxes, that is supposed to fund public safety. This would be an additional new tax, so to speak, on the homeowners of new development. So they would, in a sense, in my estimation, be double taxed because we have an unfavorable tax sharing agreement for some of these new areas.
Andy, leave that one alone.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't have to comment
It is
on
an
that.
unfavorable tax sharing agreement, and
It is.
And the new subdivisions are not revenue neutral, unfortunately.
I understand, and I'm not trying to draw you in anything. I was just making a statement.
Yeah, and I think, Councilmember, like for me that I represent the district, I want to see it developed. But the fact of the matter is that in order for us to have the resources for police and fire out there, we don't even have a station out west of the 99, right? And so if we're ever going to get to a place that we wanted to continue to see develop, unfortunately, these subdivisions will, or those families will have to pay, I think it's $160 more.
It is,
Which
$160.
is, if you think about it, it is more, but it is not that unfavorable. It was something that was also, the developers looked at it, and it's feasible to sell the home at that price with that additional fee. And the fact of the matter is, I want to make sure they get built, and I want to make sure that they also get the police and fire response that they would deserve, given that they're coming into that neighborhood. This is kind of a Band-Aid to the broader issue. I don't want to see development stalled because we don't have a favorable tax sharing agreement. And so this was kind of the Band-Aid approach for now so that we can see development. I'm hoping that, and I don't know if we have an update on the tax sharing agreement, but if we get a better resolution, that we don't have to do these kinds of things.
Were you going to say something, Andy?
Yeah, I was going to say that this revenue that comes in can only be spent in the areas where it's collected. It can't be spent citywide. And over time, because these subdivisions are not revenue neutral, they would not get as good a service because they're further removed from the core of the city. So initially, you know, the revenue that comes in is not going to be a lot, but over time, we'll be able to provide equal service for all the new subdivisions that we do in all parts of town. If we're not revenue neutral, that's going to be more difficult.
Yeah, I was just going to add, the update on the tax sharing agreement is, it's very, very unfortunate of where we are, that the fact that this tax sharing agreement was allowed to expire. And the county has made it very, very clear that they're not looking to give up any, if anything, they're looking to get more. So none of us are happy about the situation that we're in. The mayor's not happy about the situation that we're in. But when confronted with the issue of, there was a time where we were saying, how do we allow development to go forward that's not revenue neutral, because then the general fund is subsidizing development. So we were like, okay, well, we need to hold on and figure this out. Well, obviously that's not tenable to the development community. They still need to be moving forward. So this was an attempt at a solution to be able to allow development to move forward, to keep it revenue neutral so so the general fund is not subsidizing development, which I think nobody in the community wants. So I don't have good news. Yeah, I don't have good news on that. I have something I want to say, but I better not say it because it revolves around Measure C, so I'll keep my mouth shut on that. But I wish we were in a different place, but we're not. So this is our Band-Aid approach to try and keep new subdivisions having a level of public safety service that they need.
Yeah, and the good thing is, Councilmember, these dollars are going to stay west of the 99 to service those neighborhoods. Because right now, if those houses get built, their ability to get police and fire, it's going to take a lot longer to service them. And I don't want to put a family in harm's way, but not providing them the level of service that they provide. This, in the long term, is going to guarantee that for those families that choose to move to that part of town.
Well, I understand your point. I don't know that that's accurate, that those people will not get service. People get service throughout the city. We have a problem that we don't have enough officers. When you say the Band-Aid, I agree it is. It would be a Band-Aid approach. It would also be, in a sense, double taxing somebody because we have an unfavorable tax sharing agreement with the county, and they're intractable and don't do what I believe is the right thing. So that's my hesitation. That's my difficulty. I mean, I understand your points of view. They're valid points of view. I just don't like continuing to burden people when they're already paying taxes with more taxes for services they should be getting with the original taxes that they're paying. That's the difficulty that I have with this. But
Did I hear a no on Measure C?
No, you heard a yes on Measure C, perhaps a no on this one.
Well, again, a vote today is to ensure that we have development happen in our community. Essentially, if we voted down, it would be a moratorium for that area, and I do not want to see that happen in that area. I've been trying to help figure out ways to develop it because people need homes, people need entry-level homes, and so this is going to help them. I think that the developers came to the table, worked with the city to find something where it could reach a point where there's agreement by all parties. So,
is the building industry in support of this? Because my understanding is they've taken no position on this.
Can you restate that question, please?
My understanding is the building industry has taken no position
We
on this
have
issue.
met with them. I don't know their complete position. They've asked many questions. We've provided a lot of answers. I think if they were really opposed, they'd be here today. I will say, too, that this is really an announcement of a public hearing to make this decision.
Right, I understand.
Today, we'll be back with a public hearing in about 30 days, I think December 1st, I believe.
Andy, if this didn't pass, would those areas not be developed?
That would be a decision for the council.
Okay.
The tentative maps have been approved. It would be future annexations that probably could possibly not be approved.
That, again, is a policy decision by this council.
Yes, it is.
Right. So if this council wants to move forward with development,
But we're
which we
moving.
do.
That's what we're doing. We're moving forward with the hearing and then
I
allowing.
understand.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Yeah.
we've discussed this. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Councilor Carbasi is punched up.
If you want to wait for a second for Councilman Rosario, I'll do that, and then I'll speak, please.
There was already a second. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Councilmember. So, thank you. I look forward to this coming back. I absolutely disagree with the assessment that if we don't vote for this, there will be a moratorium on development. That's just not true. Andy, I have a question for you, if you don't mind coming back up. Council President, can you let me know? I can't actually see if he's up or not. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he just arrived.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Benelli. So and I've mentioned this before, when I look at like the annual report of how we, response times for the fire department, a lot of the apparatus, and forgive me, I'm not using the plural form of that, I don't want to get in trouble here, they are south of Shaw. Now, newer homes use different building materials. They have fire suppression systems. Is it safe to say that the demand for fire service for actual fires is less in these newer communities than they would be maybe in the city, in the inner core of the city? Is there some logic there in that at all?
That is true. Have talked that over, spoken with the fire department about that. They still get, of course, a lot of calls for medical emergencies.
Sure. Which
They
we could
also
use
have indicated that the fire sprinkler systems are not in the attic, so they still get a lot of attic fires, and it does give them time to extinguish those before. And really the fire sprinkler systems are intended to save lives, not save structures. And so they still do respond to a lot of fires.
Sure. Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you, Andy. That's all I had. That's fair. And then now to the comment from the city manager, I actually agree with you, and I think it's very unfortunate. But I'm just going to share this. So when members of the council from the dais flat out insult members of the county, why would they want to negotiate with us? Frankly, they hold all the cards in the tax sharing agreement situation. I mean, 3 of their members were former council members, 1 from Clovis, 2 from Fresno. You'd think we'd have a better shot. But that's just the reality. We shouldn't be wishing for something that's just not realistic. I mean, it is what it is. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and I have.
If I may, Council President.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, we've heard from this body multiple times and the administration that development should pay for itself. And that we weren't going to we weren't going to allow more sprawl without a fair tax sharing agreement. And now that it's getting more real, that development paying for itself means new developments have to pay for police and fire, we're starting to get cold feet. So I just want to point that out, that we have all said that we were all for development if it paid for itself, because the general fund cannot sustain the current level of police and fire services in a 112 square mile city. So I just want to point that out, that if we're going to be pro-development, we have to be pro-generating the fees to pay for that coverage of service, because they're going to call us, they're going to call the county, they're going to call our dispatch center for fires, our dispatch center for police, and they're going to ask for parks.
Yeah, and with all due respect to my colleague, I hear your point, but the issue is what this general fund can't continue to support are developers taking their business to Madera, to Merced, to Kerman, to Visalia. All that opportunity cost, all that money from the areas in my district and other districts that are higher property values. I know we don't get as much with the tax sharing agreement, but that money and the money they generate from shopping in our community, that's gone. So eventually, once all the federal money dries up, we're going to be in a lot of trouble providing services for folks, because while our general fund is not growing, Madera's is like crazy, like wildfire, or Merced. So we'll just wait and see what happens.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for all your guys' comments. Can we call for the question?
All right, call the roll, please.
Or call the roll?
Approval of 1J, motion by Councilmember Soria, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No cold feet here, yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-1 passes.
All right. That will conclude the open session of this meeting. We took a thin agenda and dragged it out till 3:13 p.m. City Attorney, please read off the items we'll be hearing in closed session. Thank you.
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Fresno Building Healthy Communities, and Fresno Building Healthy Communities versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Gianna Provenzano versus City of Fresno. Conference with real property negotiator regarding property located at 937 through 945 F Street, also known as APN 467-07402. Conference with real property negotiator regarding APN 468-400-54T. Consideration of a public employee appointment, City Attorney. For this item, I need to recuse myself from closed session item 5E because of a conflict of interest under the Political Reform Act. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation. City is considering whether to initiate litigation. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Nelson Esparza versus the City of Fresno. and also existing litigation, People versus Nelson Esparza. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation. City Council is considering whether to initiate litigation. We do not expect any reportable items after closed session.